Hello everyone, welcome to our episode 4 of our church management system. And in today's episode, we worked a lot. We did a lot of things. We actually started with the request form. Now we can actually create and send requests. We have also fixed the admin cannot log in from the super admin. And then we added into this management. So right now, this is a parish management system. That means that when you create, we start at a level of a parish. Now for Catholics, it is starting from the archdiocese. At a country level, you have the archdiocese, and then from the archdiocese, you have different parishes, and that is the level where we are registering this system. So the system starts at the parish level, and then the parish can create sub parishes, and then the sub parishes, inside them we have what we call small Christian communities, and this is where actually the members dwell. So before we did the member management system, which actually we have not done today, we first worked on creating sub parishes and small Christian communities. Okay, so to demo for you, I'm not going just to do it, I'm just going to do faster because I'm out of time already. But if you just log in now at the admin, for the admin in a particular parish, you can see, first of all, you can see the list of all administrators. Okay, so we have here administrators, and you can also create a new administrator. So these are the administrators within this Kamori parish. Now you can of course go ahead and add in a new administrator. If I click here, I can just go ahead and add in a new one. I'm not going to demo that, I already have these 3 ones. But if you click on this new, you can just go ahead and create a new admin. Then after that, we have, as we said, the sub parishes. So now you can just go ahead and create a new sub parish. If I click on here, new sub parish, I can just say, for instance, now Naria sub parish, just like this, and I can just go ahead and create this sub parish, and you can see it is here. And now within these parishes, I can just now create a Christian, a small Christian community. So I have only one right now, so I can just come here and I say add new small Christian community. I first select the sub parish. So the sub parish right now, this one is going to be let's say Naria, and in Naria just going to have Saint Matia, Saint Matia. So I'm just going to say Saint Matia, just like this, Saint Matia Murumba, Christian community, just like this. Now this word Christian, I don't know if I should just add it or not. We might just add it from this side to be making it consistent, because you can now see here I have small Christian community, here I have Saint Matia Murumba Christian community. So I might just actually just remove this word. You only add this, and then we'll just add it on the table. We did not fetch the sub parishes, but so far that is how far we have gone this side. Now on the side of the administrators, if I just go here and I log in as an administrator, okay, we just added in that you can actually see, so as an administrator you can just see the request. If we just came here and we made a new request, let's just say this is from Kenya, and then this is from Busia. This is going to be Busia parish, full name, role, let's say this is a priest, and the email there. So the emails, actually we are sending also the emails. So if I just go ahead and maybe put this email and this phone number. Now for the phone numbers, they are actually very sensitive. 36, I just say here 56384 So if you just go ahead and send this request, I would have first refreshed the page. At some point it was actually off, but let's just be patient. So you can see this, it has sent here. So if I just go back to this and I say clients, okay, so you will see on the clients that we're going to have the one we have just created from Busia. Okay, so you can see this Nansubuga Andrew, this is the email, the WhatsApp is a priest from Busia Parish. So you can now go ahead and contact this, but on top of that, this has sent some emails. If I just go now to this email, okay, so you can see we have two emails because there is one for the admin which says there is new parent pro access request. You can see the details of this, Nansubuga Andrew, Busia Parish, and all the information. The second one that we have received is as a client because I used the same email. So now we have this, thank you for your interest, dear Nansubuga Andrew, we have seen blah blah, and this is the email. Okay, so we have this whole thing working together now, and we are at a very, very nice point. So now in the next episode, we're just going to go ahead and see how we can get close to closing the system, because we're going to do sacrament management and adding all the remaining parts of the system. So thank you so much. Let's dive in and get started. Hello, welcome to today's episode. Today is episode 4 of our church management system. So in today's episode, we want to look at the following, adding the following functionalities. Want to go ahead and work on the request form, where we're going to add the API and also the view. Then we're going to look at admin. We still have some authentication issues. The admin should not log in from the super admin, and then also adding the member management and the sacraments in the parish. So we're just going to start by this. So if you just go to this form, is actually I'm just going to go to the home page. So when you see the home page, and at this point actually we might just be actually able to add also the email. When someone sends you this, you should just receive, I think, an email letting them know that you have received their request and you'll be working on. So you could just use this email to send them, or you could just even just show a message that you will actually go ahead and work on them, whichever way you choose. But I think it is good to send them an email, and you also send yourself an email, and you also save it to the database. So basically, when it comes to the request form, okay, so when it comes to this request form functionalities, so one, we need to save it to the DB, and then we need to send mail to both sender and the admin. Okay, so you just need to send some emails, then I think that's it. And of course, this also will display in the admin super admin panel. Okay, so that looks fine. So I'm just going to go ahead and start we work on these slowly. So you're just going to first look for that form wherever it is actually. So let me just go and see. on the web. I'm just going to locate where we have the page, and in this page we have the parish. We just need to first know where we are. So we have the parish landing page. Okay, and then we have this system request form. So the first thing I want to know is if I can console log actually this data. Okay, it is where we have submit, and then you have this alert. So for now, let's just actually change this to a toast. So I'm just going to say toast. I'm just going to say thank you. So just going to toast this. Just going to say toast. Okay. Dot success. And we can pass in this message just like this. Let's go ahead and try to feed in some information. I will also going to open the inspector here, and let's go ahead and open this form a little bit bigger like this. Let's go to the console also, and I'm just going to go ahead and just select, I'm just going to use Uganda, and I will select the state of Adjuman, and then the parish, I'm just going to say Adjuman parish. Full name, I'm just going to say KJB, or at the church, I'm the parish secretary. Email, just going to say this, and WhatsApp is 762063160. Okay, I will just say this. Okay, so you can see that we have actually country, email, full name, parish name, role, state, and WhatsApp. Okay, so in the first state, we just need to go ahead and get this data. Okay, just going to copy like this. So from this data, we can just go ahead and create our schema. So I'm just going to go ahead. I'm just going to go to the API, and in the API just open the schema. So in this is where we're going to add the request form. Okay, so we don't have the request form, so I'm just going to go here and say I'll just duplicate one of these models just like this, and I'm just going to call this one as requests. Just going to change them as maybe we call them, do we call them like form requests? Just say I'm just going to call them as I'm just going to call them as requests. They like requests, request Parish access. Okay, I'm just going to call them our client requests, client. Let's go and call it client request. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and paste this here. So the first one we have is going to be ID. So ID, then we have country. So just going to come here. We have email is. So for this case, I don't know if someone has already sent this. We're just going to put email and phone to be unique. For this, yeah, email and phone to be unique. So if someone tries to send again, then we just going to tell them we already have your request. Then I'm just going to come here. I'm just going to say we have also the role somewhere. Yeah, the role. I'm just going to say it is a string. Okay, string. Then we have there is not any relationship. We have this table is going to be called client requests. So just add one by one. So the first one on top, we have the country. So I'm just going to say country, which is actually a string. And then we have, of course, country goes with state. As we say state, which is also a string. Then we have email, of which we have added already. Then we have full name. So you can just come here and we add full name. So full name, we already have it. Then we have Parish name. So here we have Parish name. And then we have role. Then we have state. And then we have the WhatsApp. Okay, so we have the WhatsApp. Just like that. Okay, so that's the all the fields we need. Okay, so with these fields, I'm just going to go ahead and create for it a schema. So after creating this, you could just go ahead and push this as we see. So I'm just going to set down and say npx prisma db push and npm dev. So this is going to go ahead and push, and they just go to the source, and I will go to the routes. So we already have this, so you can just go ahead and duplicate the churches, and we can have these as just going to call these ones clients. Okay, so inside here, just going to start with the first one, which I'm going to rename as clients.schema. Clients.schema. So in this, we just need to go ahead and create our client-based schema. So I'm just going to go back to the Prisma for a bit, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy all these things here. So if we just go back to our schema, I'm just going to paste it up here. So we already have the ID, so I can remove this ID. So we now have country state. So you can just come here and I say country, and then the second one state, country state, email, phone. So I'm just going to say here email, phone, email, phone. So these I can remove. So we have role, full name. So we have role, then we have full name, full name. Then we have parish name WhatsApp. So have parish name, then we have WhatsApp. Of WhatsApp, I'm just going to paste it because I might just write a wrong name. Then finally we have the created ad and updated ad. So those ones we already have them. Okay, so this is going to be client base name. Okay, and client base name, I'm just going to use that to create the charge or the client create schema. The client create schema, which is going to be client base. We omit these three things. And then we have the charge admins. Okay, so this is something else. So for now, what we just need is those two right now. So here, just going to create the client create types, and then this is going to be, of course, client create schema, and then we have base client types, and we just want to say client base schema. Okay, so then we go to routes. So the routes we need for now is going to be, so this is going to be clients. So the first one is going to be create client, and it's going to be clients. Post create new client. Okay, create new then this is going to be client create schema, and then this is going to be client payload. And the responses, we just need to, we have this our success, which you need. So here client created successfully, then here charge or client already exists. I think those are the ones we need, and internal server error, correct. Then we have the list, so it's going to be also clients, get list of clients, list of clients. Okay, list of clients. So this one's going to be client base schema, and that's it. Delete client is something I would not fancy, but you can just go ahead and just say here client ID, delete client, permanently delete client. Okay, client, here is client. I don't think there is any conflict here. Okay, then there is get this, so we don't have some of these ones. I'm just going to getting single client and all that. I'm just going to create I think we might just actually need this this. I'm just going to say this one get by actually, so I'm just going to say this get client by ID. I might just actually use this get client by ID, so it's going to be client ID, just like this. Get client, retrieve client, So this one is going to be the the client the schema, the client, and then here's going to be the client not found and internal server error. So then this one, church admins, I don't need this. So basically delete. This is going to be list churches. Let's start with this. So this is going to be list clients. Then this is going to be delete client. And finally this get client by ID. So this create client. So the first one is create client route, which is from create client. Then we have list clients from list clients. Then we have delete client. Then he's going to be delete client, and finally is get client by ID. Even this is get client by ID, and I'm just going to go ahead and remove this. Okay, so here we seem to have like 3 errors, I think, because of this. Okay, so you can also just go ahead and remove this domain. So let's go to, first of all, just going to change this from client to charge from to client. So the clients, the routes. So let's just go to handlers before we go to index. So this, I'm just going to change it to also clients dot handlers. So let's go ahead and see this. The first one is going to be create client, and this is going to be create client route, like that. So we get the data, and so you're going to check for conflicts. So it's going to be, for example, we have 2 conflicts also. We have the one for the phone. So prisma dot client request dot find. So they are all unique, so we can find unique if we wanted. Where phone is equal data dot phone. Okay, then we're just also going to have the email conflict. So the email conflict, which is going to be here, client request. Okay, client request is going to be where email data dot email data dot email. So if there is, the first one is phone conflict. If there is phone conflict, then here just going to say phone number already used by another person. And then the same thing here, email conflict, and we can just say email already taken. Good. Now we just need to create the client. Okay, and we're just going to return the client. As simple as that. Clean. And so here's going to be fed to create client. Even here, clients. So then the another one is going to be list clients. And then it's going to be list clients. And it's going to be clients. And there's going to be here client request. And that's it. And then here we return the clients. Error fetching clients. Then even here fed to fetch clients. Next is delete client. So delete client is going to be, so here we call the delete client route. We get the ID, so you can check if there is existing this existing client, and then you can just go ahead. Now in this case we just simply say select just like this, and then here's going to be the client request, and if there is no existing client, then client not found. Then here you're just going to don't have to do any checks, and then we just get the deleted, which is going to be delete, select, and then we return the deleted. So here is client as well as here. Okay, so that's the delete client done. And then we have we don't need this. The one I just need is get client by ID. So even this is going to be get client by ID route. So we get the param, check if the existing client, just like this, where, I'm just going to simply say where ID, and if there is no existing client, of course client not found, and then we return existing client. Error here is going to be error fetching client. So here is error fetching client, error to fetch client. Okay, this one we do not want. Okay, so finally we just have to remove all these unnecessary stuff like this, these ones, and this. Okay, so finally let's create the index, which is going to be clients.index. So I can just change this to clients.index, and in here we're just going to say we make sure they are all actually connected already. So we say routes.create client, and even here is going to be create client. We have delete client. Even here is going to be delete client. So we can actually just be renaming two of them at the same time. So we have these two, they're not there. So we have get church. So just going to say get client by ID. And then we have list clients. Lists clients like this. Okay, the last thing we have to do is register this in app.ts. So you can just come here where we have like the church like this, and you can just rename this to clients. So we have clients from routes, clients, and then clients.index, and then we just go ahead and add this if I want here on the clients. Okay, so we can just go ahead and test that this works by going to the API. So down here should bring us clients, and you can see we have all these lists, create, get, and everything. So if I just like try test this, right now we have an empty array. Okay, nice. So let's go ahead and now try to get this from this side. So the only thing we just need to right now start with, I'm just going to minimize this. I'm just going to go ahead. So I could just borrow myself something. I'm just going to borrow something from the backend. We just go to where we have this client schema, just copy the way it is, like so. So I'm just going to go to the front of the web, and let's look for where we have types here. I'm just going to go ahead and paste this clients. Nice. And right now we don't need to get this. Okay, so we have the clients, and now I'm just going to go to where we have the use church. So we have this use church here. Just going to duplicate it and just going to say use clients. Okay, use clients like that. Okay, so we can just come here. It is use create church. So this one is going to be use create client, just like this. Query. So we have this create subdomain action. So where we have this subdomain, it's also going to and just going to say here clients. And while we have this create subdomain action, create sub. So this is going to be create client like this. Now the data that is going to be incoming, so I'm just going to go back to where we have this in client schema here. So we have this type create types, these ones create client, these are the types. So I'm just going to go ahead and use this create types. Okay, here in the clients, so the data is going to be of type this. like so. And then validated is going to be, now we use the create client form. So just say here, okay, let's just first look at this client types. So for these ones, is called create client create schema. It's what you're just going to validate against. So this, okay, just get this client create and dot pass, and then after this we just going to go ahead and pass the data. So here I'm just going to say this data like this, and this is clients. Okay, so after finishing this, we simply need to have success and maybe the ID, because what comes back from this is the ID of the created client, of which we do not need. I guess we can just also return the data here, and you can just save this const response is equal to, and then here you can just say it is response dot data. So this gives us the object, and then from that object you can just access the ID, or you could just like leave it like this. You just leave it like this, an object which is actually having the ID inside of this. So and then you have the errors, and then you can just handle these conflicts. For now I think they are just okay. That I think that's okay. I'm just going to leave it at that. Okay, I'm just going to leave it at that. Okay, then we have delete. I don't know when you're going to use this delete, but you can just leave it here. Delete client. Delete client, and this one's client ID. So this is going to be clients. Okay, I don't know what this will be. Clients. This is going to be a client deleted successfully. Okay. Okay, so far we have these two, they create. So I'm just going to go ahead and to where we have, for instance, the use clients. So the create client here is going to create the create client. Okay, and then the key is going to be clients. Okay, then we have use. So this is use churches, use delete. Okay, let's start with this one where we have use church. So this one is going to be use, we can just say use clients, use client, maybe data or something, and then this is going to be client ID. And so this is going to be client, and then it's going to be client ID. And we're just going to go ahead and get this where we have this get subdomain. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate this also, and I'm just going to call it also clients, like that. So we might just not need this. Actually, we need this where we have get client by ID. So we pass in the ID, and then we're just going to return the whole entire client. So this is going to be, I don't know how we code this. Let me first go back to the types. Okay, so we have this base client types. I'm just going to say this as client. So we can just go basically get the client. So this is get the client or nar. So this is going to be I'll show you just the client ID. Okay, I think that's the one, like so. And then we'll have get all clients. Okay, get all clients, and we're just going to get the client array. This is slash clients. Okay, so for these other ones we don't need, like they get the church admins, we already have that. So let me just go ahead and remove this. Okay, nice. We still have some problem in the hooks. Let's go ahead and fix this. So here where we have use client data, we just need to get client by ID, this one, and we pass in the client ID, like so. And if there is no client ID, we don't fetch, only run if client ID exists. Retry. Then you use churches data, so this is going to be use clients. So the key is going to be clients, and this is going to be get or clients. Then you use the delete client, use delete client, and then here we call the mutation of, first of all, delete client action, and then we invalidate clients. Okay, nice. So we are done with also this. So what is remaining is first hooking up the form. So I could just go to the subdomain form where you created the subdomain form, and you can just simply copy whatever is in here, right? So you could just go ahead and get this, copy everything. I'm just going to go to where we have request, system request form, and then wherever we have the on submit, I'm just going to do this. Okay. We could also have like the inputs, but here I'm just going to keep it as simple as possible, right? Remove this clear. Now with the data, here we had this form data. Let me see. Okay, so if you just look at it from the state point of view, they created this data like so. I think this will be okay. So if you just look at this type, so it had created its own schema here. Okay, it had created its own schema in the system contacts schema. So I'm just going to maintain this because this one is having detailed errors, which I'm just going to keep. Okay, so I'm just going to leave everything the way it is. So the only thing just going to do is changing what is inside. So this maybe only the try catch. Cut this. I'm just going to go ahead and remove this. If you go inside here, on the other hand, we also have the try catch, right? I'm just going to paste it up here. There is some things I want to get from here, like this toast, and maybe even the form reset. Then even the errors. So for now, we're just going to call the create client okay, before we do this, so we just need to first define here the somewhere this mutation. Okay, so this mutation, if you just go back to just for a second, if result and there is no success, you can just simply toast the one, and then otherwise there is this. Okay, there is no pushing to anywhere, I think. Just going to get this error here. There was an error. So this, if there is any errors even here, we're just going to say toast dot error, and then just going to pass in this error. The same thing if there is any error here. Okay, we can just go ahead and just toast the. Okay, so in this case, like, we have the message to be the error, so I'm just going to say message is error dot error. So here you can just say error dot error. So you can just say Rita, just put this. So with that, I can just now say if I remove this. Okay, so there is one thing is creating this. So if you just quickly go back here, you have to create this mutation on top here. So you could just say const. So whichever mutation you want to call it, this can be const create client mutation. Create client mutation is equal to use create client. So this like so is create client, and then you can just get this here like so, and then you pass in the data. Okay, so if you hover on the data here, property phone is missing. By the way, do we have phone? We actually don't have phone. We instead have WhatsApp. I don't know why I got the phone. I just had this whole thing in my head, the phone. There is no phone. Okay, so if I just go back to this use create, and this just helps us to go to this create client, and in the create client we have these props, and then in these props we just go to the create schema, and the create schema we simply remove this phone. So this phone is not there. Now after removing the phone, let's simply see if this still has issues. Okay, so it is fixed. However, let's just also go ahead and fix the API in a second. Starting from here, there is no phone. What is there is WhatsApp. Just going to only leave the okay, so instead I'm just going to make the WhatsApp unique like so. We'll stop and rerun the server like so. So this is going to alert some errors in the source, more especially. So let's first go routes, clients. Let's start from the schemas. So in the schema now, more especially here, we don't actually have the phone. Okay, and then when we remove the phone, the handlers are going to complain, more especially in here. So this phone conflict is going to be data.whatsapp. Okay, data.whatsapp, that's it. So here just going to say okay, WhatsApp number already used. Can you say just going to say already taken? Okay, raised by another person. And then there is one in the data. So if you check in, the phone is missing. These haven't propagated. So because of saying that a unique constraint covering columns, I'm just going to say yes. So after the migration is running, this one is going to be fixed. Yeah. So we don't have the phone. So that I think that is fixed now everywhere. Okay, let's go back to the front. More especially to the form. So I'm just going to go to where we have system rule here. So now we have this create client mutation and we pass in the data. Now if you look at the result, actually it should be having the success. Submitting pre-store again, and then if there is here, just going to say toast. So we can just use this as a title. So just get toast, and in the first place you can pass in this comma, and then this becomes a description. So you can just say description. Okay. And you can just say request submitted successfully, and thank you for your request. We'll contact you within 24 hours to set up your Parish, maybe to contact you into to okay, that is okay. So we have the form and all other things. So with this, actually we should be able to create, let's see, it's going to be a first trial. Okay, so just going to select the country. It's going to say Uganda for now. I'll just say please. I'll just say Agago, and then I just say Agago Parish, full name, role, email. So I'm just going to say here JB this is sub, and then the phone number is just going to use any phone number, something. Okay, so let's just go ahead and submit the request. Submitting. There was error submitting request, please try again. Okay, so let's just go ahead and see here, and we can actually see that there is an actual error. So if you just look at this, going to API client post, which is actually true, status 500. Why do we have status of 500? So if you just go up here, you must be having the Prisma error, and you can just say you can just see here, invalid Prisma invocation. So we have where phone, unknown argument phone. Are we still having somewhere we are checking the phone? Let's just quickly jump. I'm just going to quickly jump into the API. Actually, the API has a red. I think I just did not wait to see that red. So there is already red where we have this. It is actually WhatsApp. Like this. Okay, so that's fair enough. Okay, so now with that, if I save here, we should just like be able to send now another request. The good thing, this does not go. Just going to go ahead and send the request one more time. Okay, so you can see request submitted. Thank you for your request. Contact you within 24 hours. Say to you the parish management or something. So that's good. So I should just go here and try to get this, and you can see that we have this request. So that's cool. Now you can just go ahead and I'm just going to go ahead and get this in a simple table where you can have them. Okay, so let's go ahead and go and see how we are going to have a simple table for this. So the next thing is to go ahead and fetch this, and normally I'm just going to only fetch for a particular period. I'm not going to fetch I think I'm just going to only add either a filter for, but anyways, I'm just going to go ahead and fetch all of them. Like I'm not expecting them to be really so many, so I'm just going to go ahead and create a table for that. So close this, go to the web, and I'm just going to go to I'm just going to go to getting the data table. So we have so many data tables here. I don't know if I should just use any of these or something. I don't know. This is why we have like this one. I'm just going to go to app. So this is going to be in the super admin Well, we have like churches, so I'll just go ahead and also create another new folder, which is going to be clients, and then inside the clients we're just going to have page.tsx rfc. Okay, so this is where we're going to have like client listing page and so on. So we could just like go ahead and modify like this church list or something. If you look at how this was done, so the loading is within this. Okay, I'm not going just to use this. I'm just going to go ahead and use modify this. I actually don't even need I don't need the new button. I don't need it. What I simply need is just something like this with even pagination. So I'm just going to say I'll copy this. Okay, just go here to either Cloud or DeepSeek, any of them. So I'm just going to say that I have this church table, just like this. I'm just going to say, please, I want to modify it to use to be used to display my clients. Okay, I want to be used to display my clients. I'm just going to say each client has this data, so you can just go ahead and just like this. And just say, and my clients data of this format, which comes from use clients data. So just gonna say which comes from use use clients data hook. Okay, so let's just see. Oh, I thought I'd not put a table. Let's just see if it can modify this table. So basically, you can now create. So we have this listing where we have this. I'm not sure why this is not put inside here, because anyways, I'm just going to leave it like that. So I just have this. I will rename this to clients or client listing. And so here is getting this. I'm just going to say client management. I only just to view. Okay, anyways, I'm just going to add this data as clients from use clients data. I like use clients or use client. Use clients or use client data. We have use client, and let me see this one, and use clients. Okay, so I'm intending to use this one. And then here we can just like add this clients. Okay, maybe or incoming client requests. This is going to be just a client requests, just like this. This is not necessarily really add new, maybe just say add new client. Add a new client. This would just take us to the home page. Okay, and then here is going to be the client listing. This is client listing, so this would be the, how comes I have charge listing? Okay, this is client listing, so I will have to have the client tables, the clients table.tsx, and basically I would add this table, copy, and let's add this here. So the first thing is, I think, this, and use the delete. Go down here, so you're just going to say use delete client. Then we have use clients. Okay, so now you can just go ahead and use this client table. I'm just going to create clients table, add it in this client listing, just like this. So finally you just have to add this in the sidebar. So I don't know if this is the sidebar. So sidebar, let me see where we have the nav items. Okay, so here I'm just going to add admin, super admin, and then user. Then we have churches, so which is like for super admin, and then here is going to be clients, and this is going to be super admin clients. Just going to say users. Okay, I'm just going to go back here. So for now, I'm just going to go ahead and log in as an admin. So right click, open this in the new tab. I'm just going to go ahead and log in as a super admin. Okay, so we have the churches, and now we also have the clients. We have a blank page on the clients. Let's go ahead and see what's going on. Okay, we haven't actually connected the client listing. Okay, so we just need to, I think, add some padding to this. So clearly, if you just go to this page, you can just like add the same container here. Just going to go to this. Let's add this container and see. Okay, so I think this looks very small. But something I think all the information actually fits there. Okay, so you can just come here, look at this, more especially here. Okay. So I think we can also like add some client side filters, more especially like I could add just to see by date. Okay, and I would just like add this in the same. I'm just going to first of all just go inside here. I'm just going to avoid just like using this query twice. So I'm just going to say that can you add this header? So I'm just going to say that I just want to add this header. I'm just going to go here, add this header to the table. So like while we have that, so you could just add the button, but it's not necessary, I think. We can just also tell it and say that also add the button to add a new client. Okay, also modify the form a bit. Now I would just want to go where I start dealing with the forms. I would want to go ahead and bring in the concept of columns and use the reusable data table. I will not have a lot of tables in this system because even the users anyways, we will see. There is one table we already have, so we'll see how we are going to do that. Okay, we'll see how we are going to do that. But for now, this one I just like leave it like this. Modify the table Just going to say the table to add date filters. Just for instance, today, yesterday, and then last 7 days, then last 28 days, and finally lifetime. Okay. We'll just see what's going to go ahead and add. But so far this is good. So let's test the delete. So if you just have view details, okay, so this is taking it to the the detailed page, which we actually don't necessarily need. Then there is send email, WhatsApp. Okay, I think this one is good. This one is good. Then send mail. This also opens the mail client, which is actually good, but would actually, when someone sends, we're going to go ahead and send an email. Okay, just going to go ahead and send an email. Edit, we don't need edit. So view, okay, it just added this. View we don't need, so because this is the all information that actually is there. So here we only need the delete. So if you delete, it actually asks you if you want to delete. So on this, I'm just going to remove some of the other ones that they have added, like edit, send email. I would leave it if the email didn't go. Okay, maybe we could just create a place where we can send an email to the client even later on. But even edit, you don't need it for this because these are coming from, we don't need to edit them in any way. Okay, let's just check if it is done. So I'm just going to copy this. Now let's go to where we have the clients table and let's add this. I'm just going to add this as clients. Go back to where we have these two. Use delete, and then this clients data. Okay, this time we still have one. Okay, so we have date filter here. Cannot find is showing pagination clients. I'm not sure what this is here, but you can just comment it and see. Let's go back here and try to refresh. Did it change? Is this the same form? Total pages. I don't think it changed even anything. No clients. Add your first client. I thought it would add actually. So if you have error, loading, return, it did not add that. I'm just going to leave it like that, because I thought it would just perfect. I've updated the clients table, header section added. I don't know what it says header section added. Because from what I see here, there is nothing like header section added now. Anyways, I'm just going to leave that at that. I'm just going to leave it at that. For now, this is a simple thing for now. Just want to test the delete. Let's go ahead and see the delete if this works. I'm not sure what happened. Did the API run? Can check this side of the API. The 200 ran, and this is API clients. So basically the delete client is not running anywhere. Let's first check the endpoint for delete. So just go to clients and you just go to routes. So if you just go to where we have delete clients, it is client. Okay. So you can just like go where we have this. Okay, here we just have the client API delete. Okay, let's test it one more time. Delete, and let's go ahead and delete. I don't know why it crosses. Okay, so now it actually so crosses. So now if we don't have any, it is showing the button. That's going to go to the clients table. If there are no clients, you don't need to show this button. I can just simply say there are no clients like this. Okay. I think that works. The only thing that we need to configure are the emails. Most especially, you might just not be able to check in the system and then send you the email. So let me just go ahead and see if I can configure that. So I would just go to this new, I think it was called new email, something like this one. Let's go ahead and see. I'm not sure if for sure I still remember the login for this. I don't know why they didn't use like, let me just first see if I can log in. Okay, so I've just logged in. So you can just go to this new.email. This creates some templates. I'm just going to go ahead and give it just like a basic information, and I just want it to create me that. So let me just say I'm going to give it some data. Okay, I'll give it data, and then I will say since so on sending the email, we're just going to give it the payload. So where we have like the actions and we have like clients, more especially where we have the create client. So here, so when this response comes back, okay, with response dot data, because this returns back data, which is actually the ID. So here just going to say if like response dot data, if the data is there. So actually we just go ahead and send the mails. So I'm just going to say here I'm just going to say I have a form. I'm just going to say I have a form on my website, and people who want access to my Parish Pro system, church management system, they fill it so that they fill it to request. I have a request form, a request form. They fill it to request. Okay. So they are interested in the system, and here is the form data. So we can actually just go ahead and get these form data. So the form data, I'm just going to go ahead and just like this. Okay, form data, which is this one. I want to create 2 email templates, one for the client who has requested, and another for the admin. Okay, another for the admin. See the request, just like that. So let's just see, then just going to see here that the template should use a black theme with a card format. The template should have a black header, and the footer. So let's just go ahead and see the templates that is going to come with. So this is what just say come up with them. I'm not sure if it can come up with 2 templates or it's going to come up with 1 single template. Meanwhile, with that, you need to have you need to make sure you have your resend API key, and the sending of the email is going to happen on the front end in this, because Nextjs is good at that. You can also send emails with Hono. So if you just went to send email with Hono, and then you say resend, like this is actually there somewhere here, send emails with Hono. So you could just like follow this. I'm not going to use this. I'm just going to use Nextjs for that case. It actually created one. Thank you for your interest, dear whoever. We have successfully received your request for access Parish Pro charge management system for this. Thank you for choosing our platform to manage your church operations. Our team will get back within 24 hours. Your request details, parish, role, and if you have any question in the meantime, feel free to reach out us. Blessings, the Parish Pro team. Then here we have Kampala, Uganda. I think this is good. I don't know, it has not given us one for the admin. It would be good if you just also receive an email. I'm just going to tell you to give me another one. So I'm just going to first get this one for now. Copy this. So I'm just going to come here in this, and we have somewhere where we have these emails. I'm just going to go ahead and create another template. This one is the client response. So I'm just going to say client response dot tsx. Paste this. Okay, so if you just look at the props, okay, we need to give these props some types, of which we'll do that. Okay, I will just do that for that case. We could just select these props here. They that's going to go here. Okay, so these are like the default ones. I don't know if you can just like do this, and you're like this was if you just go the schema here, this is this create props. I don't know if I can just do that here. Yeah, nice. Okay, let's just say create another one. So create a template the admin will receive. Okay. So meanwhile, send these, we can just go here in Nextjs, and you simply want to first get the resend API key just here. I'm just going to go ahead to where we have clients, and within here, so you can just like have this first. I think resend is already installed, so just get this API key, and then we just go ahead and do this here. Okay, so after this, I'm just going to go ahead and send. So you get like data is await resend, and then I'm just going to say here maybe Parish Pro, Parish, Parish Pro, and then this is going to be like info at maybe this is hub.com, and then the to email is going to be the data dot. It is going to be so we could just say come here and say this is in this data. We have a lot of data going on here. I'm just going to rename this as raise data. This because we already have that data. So we'll just say data dot email. So subject, so this would be like I'll just go to this new access request alert. Okay, it doesn't look nice so much, but we'll just go with that. I'm just going to say this. Thank you for your interest. Maybe just do that. Just going to say here. Parish Pro. Okay, just going to do this. Parish Pro, thank you for your interest. And then here we're just going to call our email template. Okay, so I don't know what is the name of that template. I just added it in the email somewhere. In the client response, I'm just going to say here confirm client confirmation email. So here just do this client confirmation email, and what needs to pass in here, if you just see, are the props. So I'm not sure if we could do like data like this. Yeah, I think this works because like data is the one which is having all those props. And so if, so you can say if error, then what we just want to return, in this case, I would throw a new error. Okay, I would just want to throw a new error. So here you could just come ahead and say if there is error, you could just go ahead and say throw. In fact, for this one, we just want to go ahead and say console.log error, and then let's remove this. I also want console.log the data, so I'm just going to say console.log the raise data here. Okay, maybe just going to call it email response data. Okay, email response data here. This returns back just an ID of the sent email. So you want to send this, let's say await And then after this, you want also to send another one. I don't know if we have these two, so I'm just going to say to get another one, which is this one, the admin. New request alert. Okay. I don't know if this is necessary. A new church has requested to access Parish Pro. I think this is okay for now. Like the fact that the information is okay. You can just remove these buttons. Action required. Please respond to this within 48. I'm just going to remove this approve request or anything. There is nowhere we have going to add that approve request. But I'm just going to go ahead and get this template. Let's copy this template, and I'm just also going to take this down here in the templates, somewhere in the emails here. I'm just going to say that this is the admin confirmation .tsx. Add this. So this also receives the, I think, the whole entire props. I'm just going to say that this takes the same, like this client create. Okay, just like this, and this is admin notification email, which we just actually going to add here. Now for this I'm just going to change. If you look at the preview, this gives us like new Parish access request. So this is going to be Parish Pro, and it will be this. And then the same thing to. Now for this, this is where you put your admin email. So I'm just going to go ahead and put my admin email. Okay, gmail.com. Okay, nice. The dot. Okay, so now for this data is going to be admin email. So I'm just going to say here admin email data. Now even here this error, I'm just going to rename it as the email client error, and this is going to be email admin error. So this email admin error, like so. And just going to say if there is client, it is called what? Email. So this is the email admin or email client error, then just console email and then here email client error, like this. I don't know if there is a way we can just add them in to have the same stuff. Then here we can also just consider log these two here. Okay, so far so good. I'm just going to copy this, and I'm like, if it can just go ahead and refactor this. So I will just open the cloud, and I'm just like I have this server action. Okay, I'm just going to say like can you improve the section of sending emails? Let's just see what it will do. But meanwhile, I'm just going to go ahead and send the request. I will just go to this, and let's go ahead. First of all, let me just confirm my API key. So you can also just go ahead and put your send API key, and then we see. Let me first confirm mine. So before we try, let's just see the improvement that it has added. It has added this helper function for sending emails with retry logic, with a delay of about 1 second. We can just like try this approach. You can just get this. Let's add it. Let's add it here. So I'm just going to go ahead and add this function on top here. So make sure you have added your resend API key. So we have this resend logic, and I'm just going to go down here. So if you see where we have raise.data, it has actually added all this in here. So here is where we try to send. Let me see how this is. So you say if, okay, just down here, we say that if there is this, then we just go ahead and await and send these emails with all these if statements. And then lastly, we return. I'm just going to copy these error logs. I'm not sure where this if statement stops. I'm not sure where exactly. So there is this and this. And so this whole promise stops here. And then we go with this if, and then it is this if, and then so there is this here, and then there is also this response. I don't need to do all this in the if statement. I just need to stop here only. Just going to copy this. So in our if statement, we can now go ahead and remove up to here. Okay, so we have our console.logs. The first one sends, and then the second one sends to the admin. And then we can just log if the client email success, we do this, and then the same thing even if there is error. That's the only thing I want from that. So we're just going to go ahead and try and see. So this we just go ahead and send now. I'm just going to say Uganda. This time I'm just going to send from Rubirizi. And I'm just going to say, for instance, Rugazi Parish. This is an actual parish, and then this one is going to be full name. I'm just going to say maybe Reverend Fad. Let's just say Kakito Joshua, and then select the row. Let's just say the priest, and you just say the email. So now I have to put the email that we can check. So I'm just going to try not this one, and just then the phone number also. I will just add this. So I'm just going to go ahead and send the request. Okay, it says submitting an error, something went wrong. So we just want to know what actually went wrong. So if you check on the front end, let's check on the API side. Okay, it just says conflict. It says conflict. Let's just first see if we already have, most especially I think this phone number. Let me first log in. Okay, I think we still have this with this phone number. So let's just like see how we can propagate that error, because that error is not well propagated. So I believe it must have I don't know which one came, but if we go to the system request form, so where we have our errors, that is where we have, there's an error submitting this if no success. So I think here we just need to add error. So I want to say here that is going to be result dot error, take so, and maybe that's why we could just say let me first a second. It's going to cut this and say result dot error, and if it is not there, that's when I want to add this. Okay, let's see if the error actually propagates. So if I just now do this, okay, WhatsApp number already used by another. So you can see this propagates actually nicely. So WhatsApp number already used by another person. Okay. Maybe we could just like modify that. Yeah, you see WhatsApp number already registered. Already taken or already used by another person. Let me just see the whatever I added in the API routes. I'm just going to say churches, clients. This comes to this. So here in the conflict, WhatsApp number already used by another person. Okay, I think that's good enough. So I'm just going to go ahead, either change this. Let me just go ahead and change, or we could actually delete. I don't know if we tested the delete. Yep. And then let's go ahead and now try another one. So this. Okay. So this. So when we create, we should invalidate queries, but right now we can just go ahead and reload, and you can see that this is it is here. Nice. So we just want to check on the console first of all before I check the email. So if you check, I don't know why in our email somewhere we have this. This is just, I think, for the user. We have to go ahead and stop that. But if you check here, I have the email notification sent and the client confirmation email sent. So basically, if I go here, you should just have Parish, new Parish Pro access request. Okay, this is typically black. New Parish request with all the information. The role is a priest, and this is the WhatsApp number. Okay, I forgot to remove these buttons. I need to go ahead and remove those buttons. If I just go to admin confirmation email, I'm just going to look for where we have these buttons. I'm just going to copy this approve request. Approve request. So the section of this action buttons, I just want to go ahead and remove it. So there is a line. I can just leave that line between those two sections. Okay, I should just receive another email on the other side. So I'm just going to go in here. I will just go to Gmail. Okay, I don't want to check for this this one. I just want to check for this. So you can see Parish Pro. Thank you for your interest. So this should just like send us another one. Okay, Parish Pro here. Thank you for your interest, dear Reverend Father Kakito Joshua. Okay, and we have successfully received your request for access to Parish Pro Church Management System for Rugazi Parish. Thank you for choosing our platform to help manage church operations. Our team, then this is your request data, Paris and Rubiriz, Uganda, and then contact. If you have any question, feel free to reach us. Maybe we could just say reach us on this number. Okay. Yeah, you could just say feel free to reach us. So they just go to this where we have this text. Where is it? I'm just going to go back here. I'm just going to search these words to reach us. Okay, if you have any reach us, I'm just going to say on just going to say for now 256 762 063 160 or email, which is going to be like this is hub.info@gmail.com. Okay. Okay, like so that is okay. So you can just leave it at that for now. At least the emails are coming, so that's good. Okay, so that one is done, I think. So what I'm just going to do right now is moving on to the second one, which is now admin should not log in. So this, we have this problem now. I just noticed it when I was just logging in. So just going to work on this now, right now. This is good. We have this scroll, which is not really terrible, right? That one is going to be really okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and log out. Now, by the way, we also have a problem with this logout. Let me just look for where we have this. So if you just go to system admin, more especially in the front end, I'm just going to go to app and super admin. We have components, and that is why we have this navbar. I think this is why we have the logout settings, and we have this handle logout. So if you just see, it is saying login, which should be just admin login in this admin / login. So if I just go ahead and log out, it takes me to the right place. Now the problem we have right now is that, so let me just go ahead and log in. So if I just log in as an admin to let's say, so this is now not a super admin, but if he logs in, you see that he goes to the super admin area, right? So we don't need to do that. We don't need the we don't want this normal admin to actually log in to the super admin area. Okay, so how do we do that? So I'm just going to go to where we have the, first of all, the auth admin. So when you just go to the auth, we have now auth admin. So this whole admin area, okay, so if you have this, okay, so here we cannot do anything. What we can just try to do is in this login form, because if you just go to this login form, you see it has this subdomain which can be null or string. So in this case, it's going to be null. So I'm just going to use that factor to actually go ahead and, so while submitting in the login values, so you can see here we go ahead and set validate, and then after we have the login method and everything, and we pass in the credentials, which are these ones in the login user, this side, and then the login user will go ahead and do this, okay, and then the ones who go ahead and respond, okay, with success or with even error, okay. So now what I just want to do is I just need to pass in also at the backend. I need to pass in this. So I'm just going to go here in this login credentials, because if you just go in the user, it has this credentials. I'm just also going to go ahead and pass in the subdomain. So here I'll pass in this subdomain like this, okay. So I'll just go to the login user, and here just a comma subdomain of type. So this one can be string or undefined, like this can be string or undefined, like it can be not there. And we're just going to go ahead and check. So when you log in, okay, the good thing is we are at the server, and we haven't created this, we haven't created any session yet. That's the good thing. So we just go here and check in the data we are sending. We're not sending the, of course, the subdomain, not complicate things. So if we just, of course, don't get this, the only thing is when you get back the login data, okay. So if you get in, there is no this. So this, before we create the session, we need also to check. So I'm just going to check two things. I will check if subdomain, first of all. So if subdomain, okay, if subdomain is there, okay, if we have subdomain, I don't know, in the first place we could just like route in different places, okay, because we cannot know the role before this person logs in. We cannot know the role for sure, okay, we cannot know the role for sure. So we know the role after this person. We have back the login data, and if we have the login data, what do we want to do? Okay, what do we want to do? What in one of the things that we just going to go ahead and just say if there is subdomain and login, so we can just come here and say login data.user. So we have login data.user.role is equal to admin. Okay, if this is equal admin, maybe we could just check if it's not equal super admin, but we say if this is equal to admin, okay, if those two are true, then we're just going to return success false and also some error. So just going to say return. I'm just going to return this. If I can spell the word return. So you want to return this, and you're just going to return an error, which is going to be, we could just say login failed. Okay, we could just say login failed, just as simple as that, because you don't want to give them information. This can be a hacker or something, so just simply say login failed, as simple as that. So you can see here we actually return. So now with that check, we are checking if subdomain, if no subdomain. So just going to say if no subdomain, because if there is no subdomain, that means like we are on the admin login. Yeah, so if no subdomain and it is the role is equal to admin. So let's just go ahead and try this. First of all, let's go ahead and log out. I don't know what that means. I'm just going to go ahead and log out here. Okay, so you are in the admin login, right? So I'm just going to try right now. I'm just going to go ahead and try to log in. Now I'm just going to log in the same with, now this is the admin. So I'm just going to say, let's log in with this admin. So now you can see here login failed. Okay, you cannot go ahead and log in with this. And we can also just like do another check, because we also don't want super admin to log in to the admin. Okay, so we can also just check here. We say if the subdomain is there and the login.user role is not equal to admin. So if it's not equal to admin, that means this is the super admin. So we could just say if the subdomain and the login role is not this, we're also going to fail. So if we just went to any of these subdomains, we could just go here and first of all, let's say now admin. Okay, Just going to go here and say admin. Let's say admin should log in here successfully. So the admin has logged into this. I'm just going to go to some here. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to go ahead and get this. Let me just copy this to another browser for now. Let me leave this one open. Okay, so if this is, we just go to the login area, and this is going to be the auth login under this. Okay. Okay, so this is the login area for Parish. Okay. We could just actually just instead of this, we're just going to put the word Parish, and then you sign into your account. I'm just going to change that in a second. But if actually, let's just change this. Let's see if we can change that just right now before I log in. So if we just go to the subdomain, so the good thing is everything that is inside the subdomain, like the auth, we can access anything. So if you just went to the page and you want to get the subdomain data, you can actually get it. Okay, so I can just simply say, for example, I can just go and get this, and let's go to the subdomain. So inside the auth, like on the login page here. So we are all actually just doing it. We get the subdomain, and we are passing in the subdomain. Okay, so we can't just like base on the subdomain. However much the subdomain can differ from the subdomain can differ from the actual, but since we have that, we can just use it on the login. Since they not to do another fetch, that is not necessary. So since I have the subdomain, I can use this where we have welcome back. You can just come here and just say the title. So you could just say const title. Const title is equal to subdomain. Oh, no, I don't need just this. I'm just going to say subdomain dot. So now we can do a, so already this is having, we can first do a split. Okay, I can just do a split. By the way, we could just say if subdomain, if this is there, if it is not, then I'm just going to say to welcome back, just like this. So just going to say if subdomain is there, we're just going to split on a dash, and then we can now add it. So we can just say dot. So this gives us an array. So we now go ahead and join with space. We can join with space, and so yeah, and now we can just come here and we'll just say capitalize. Remember, this is in small caps, so I can just come here and I will just say capitalize. Okay, I think I will just give this to exactly to this one. Instead of welcome back, now I'm just going to put the title like this. Okay, so if I just go back to this, yeah, so you can see Kamuri Parish, and you can just say login, sign it to your account. So now down here, I'm just going to go ahead just to differentiate because we're having the same thing. So we can just come here and I'm just going to go ahead and add in, I'm just going to first add in the admin, okay? So we just know very well from this side that we have the admin who has this email. And okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and sign in. So this one should also give us login failed. Okay, yeah, so now, but if we just do this, if now we do let's do this. So now you see this one actually goes ahead and logs in. Okay, so yeah, at least now we have added that protection layer. We cannot create the session until we know that that is the right person we need. Okay, good. So I'm just going to start with what are we going to start with? I just want to go back first of all this side. So if we just click on manage like this, okay, and we click on admins, so we already have this list of administrators. So that should be the first one we can just like add on the other side. So we already have this, like this one has 2 administrators. So these administrators, we can just like use this, reuse it somewhere else. Okay, so if you look at how this one works, in the super admin, inside the churches, that's why we have these admins. And if you just check on the page, we actually just pass in the church ID, so we can reuse this anywhere, and we simply pass in the church ID and it will just simply work. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and create this page within this side of the subdomain. So inside the subdomain, we have the login. So this is where we are going to create most of our pages inside. So a dashboard, and we have so far the page. I'm just going to go ahead and just say admins. So here, I'm just also going to create admins, just like this. And inside the admins or administrators, I'm just going to create the page.tsx, like so, rfc. Okay, so now we can just go ahead and paste in this. So we can just like actually get this admin page wherever it is, so long as we actually pass in this ID. So the only thing is, how are we going to get this ID? So the good thing is that in any of these pages, we can actually access any information we want. Okay, now another advantage is that we can get the user. Now this is where we need to add in the returned user. Okay, if I just go back here in this user and I go here, if this user has church ID, that would be nice. So you can see this user, logged in user, has church ID, and you cannot visit this page without being checked. So you can just go here on this admin page, and then you can just, of course, we are checking this, so you can just go ahead and do something like this. Let's make this async function, and just going to say get server. So just like checking if there is no user, we go ahead and redirect back to the auth login. Make sure the redirect is gotten from next navigation. Redirect. Why is it say like we already have redirect? Okay, we already have redirect from a wrong place. So just to do this from next navigation. So this is going to take us to the auth login. Now from this we can actually pass in user.church ID. Okay. Now we can also say if there is no user and okay, we just say or if there is no user or no user dot church ID like this, then we just know this is not within this one. So we now have this page. So if I just go back to the sidebar, so you can just go to the layout and you can just like check in this sidebar here. Okay, in this sidebar here. And if you just go to the sidebar, it takes in the role. That means we are just actually having the same nav items. So for instance, this we're just going to add here we have clients, but we can also add admins. So I'm just going to say here administrators, administrators. I can't spell the word administrators, and then this is going to be take us to this is going to take us to slash this to take us what slash oh so by the how do we get to okay, I think if we put slash, I'm just going to say slash dashboard, and then I say admins. This should just work. I'm just going to leave this, and this should be only admin to see this on the sidebar. So if I just go back this side, now this is I can't see this since this is the super admin, but if you just go this side, you should see administrators. Let's see. Okay, so of course we just have to go ahead and also check in this. I don't know how I'm just going to be able to add the config to make sure all my routes are all checked, because this is coming from now the middleware here. Okay, so while we check this, we check the slash, and then we check this, and now else if is dashboard, and now else if. So I'm just going to go ahead and I think I will create an array. Let me first add that else if here. Else if so if the path name for example is saying that dashboard slash like admins, are they called, yeah, like for instance admins, that this should just return this should return rewrite dashboard admins, just like this. So like if you have a request that goes to this, it should just redirect behind the scene to take us to that dashboard admins. So I think I'm just going to refactor. So you can see now it takes us to dashboard. So if I click on administrators, oh, something is weird. Oh, I'm just going to first go ahead and look at these users. Something is not right. So we just need to go ahead and like we check the list of administrators. So under church, I think church admins, we need to apply, I think, the church ID. Just a second. Okay, so we just wanted to let's first get the list of churches here. Okay, so now we have this ID. Let's look at not Christ the King. I just need this one. Copy this. So if we just go back to listing all the admins, church admins, let's click on get and let's pass in the ID here. And you can see we have 2 admins. Okay. Now what I want to look at, if you just look at this person, we returned this here, just like this. Now this is not what we send the side. Instead, I just want to get the users. Can we actually get the users? Under the users, list of all users. Let's first see what this is going to give us. Okay, so you can see it has given us a lot of users, including actually this admin. So I want just this admin more specially. So if you look at these, you actually see the church ID is there. Okay, we could just go ahead and confirm that this church ID can bring actually all other admins, because so if I just go back to church admins, click on this, and you can see this actually they are the same. Okay, so this works. Then we need to go ahead and get the console down, the logged in user. So if I just go back here to the web, and I'm just going to go to this page, to where, so just go to where, by the way, speaking of which, since we need to first confirm one thing. Okay, we just need to confirm one thing. Okay, let's confirm from here first of all. Let's go to the super admin to admin here. So where we have this, because this, okay, if there is no user or user.church ID. So if you just go ahead and console.log this, console.log this user. So if I just go back and I reload this page, they go to this page. Okay, so now I'm just going to go down here. We should be having at least a user somewhere. Let's scroll down. Okay, so this is the user. And if you look at the user, we actually don't have anything to do with the church ID. It is not there. So let's see, where does it actually get lost? So we can trace this from the login form. So everything starts from the login. So when you log in, you call the server action for login user. This one, create. Before we go, those ones, this login user is what is very important. And in this login user, after we have done all the validation checks, we create the session and we pass in this. Now, one thing we have to understand is do we have at this point, do we have actually the login, the church ID? So to confirm that, we just go and check on this endpoint, the auth login. Okay, so we can just go to the API. We can just go to the API source and we can just go to where we have routes, auth, and then we can just go to routes, and maybe we just actually just go to the handlers, and then we just have this login one. So this one does also its own checks, does everything, and finds the user here. Now, depending on the user, you can see here we have this. Okay, we want to see the user that we are returning right now. So just go down, payload, generate token, refresh token, create the token, and now this is the session data that we are using. So you can see that the login response is comprised of this user. And if you look at the user, we actually don't have the church ID because these ones are gotten from this user. And in this, we have to go ahead and add the church ID. So just go and add church ID to true, just like that. And even this optimized user, we can just go ahead and add church ID. So you can just say that this can be string or nar. Church ID can be string or nar, and we have added it there. So we have now added it on the user. So up here, we have added in the church ID. That means that, let's first remove this user actually. So if user no password, and then verify the password, and then we just go down, we continue if there is no active user, and then we create the token. So within the token, we can actually add in other things. So you can see we have this token payload. Okay, so this token payload, I think it is also made by us. If you look at it, so instead of this school ID, you can actually just add this as church ID, just like that. And let's go back, and then here we can just actually pass in the church ID, just like this, which is user.church ID. So you see we have added in this, so we just need to add this in all the things. So refresh token, here you don't need anything. So here in this user, we're just going to go ahead and also add in this. So if you look at the user data, we can also look at this z-info of user schema. Now in the user, we can actually add in where we have the email. I'm just going to go add in this church ID. So just going to church ID is string variable, just like that. Okay, so this says that does not exist on this. So now it is okay. You can see church ID is there. So I've just added the church ID, and then we come the session info, and the response is the whole entire user, including now the church ID. So now in the login response, we have added successfully because it is in this user, and this user is the user data, and the user data has the church ID. So we have added this in our login response, what we return here in the login. Now going back to the front, So if you go back to the auth, here where we have auth login now, this response now has that. So we can just come here and we have this user, and this user now has the church ID. Okay, great. Since now we have that, we can go ahead and create the session. Now here is also another bit trick. So here we just continue the session, create everything like that. Let's just see if there are some places we need to actually update this, because you can see we have safe user data, and this also we are going to go ahead and filter it out and remove some things. Okay, so we just need to go ahead and say that this actually also has the church ID, and this is going to be login data dot user dot church ID. Okay, so then we say it in the cookie, and okay, so session has been created. So now when we actually have also fixed login user here, this go. Okay, so this is the create session. Now it has been added in the session, but if you just go to any of the pages where we are checking that, more especially in here, we have this get server session, which is returning user or null. So if you see, it actually gets back the saved cookie and tries to get the access token, and then it's like token expired, and then it just gets the user as user. So if you just go to this user, this is the one we added the church ID. Okay, consistent, and now we return this user. So that means that this now should have, if we just go here, this should now have church ID. So to repeat now, since we already did this one, I'm just going to log out. So go back here and let's go ahead and log out. So this takes us back to, oh, I don't know where did I log out from. We need to check the role, because let's just go ahead and do this. So where we have the nav bar, so I'm just going to go to the super admin. So if you just go to this dashboard and you go to layout, this is using, for example, the nav bar from the super admin side, right? So that means since we have this user, the user has a role, so we can just actually do this while we have the handle logout, and we can just say, before we just do this, we can actually say if, okay, user dot role is equal to admin, or just say super admin, then we can just say router dot push ls, then we can just router dot push to auth login. So this pushes to the auth login, just like this. So let's go ahead and try it one more time. So if I just like have, okay, so now at least we are onto this. Let's just go ahead and log in. So I'm just going to go ahead and log in. And here is administrators. So this time you can see that even when we went to the administrators, it actually worked right away, even when we didn't get any administrators right now. But this page worked, and that means if we go back to the console, we should see the church ID. So I'm just going to go down to this. Yeah, and we have actually church ID. Nice. So the question is now, since we have the church ID, why don't we have our list of administrators? Okay, because that says administrators not found, and we know very well that in this one we actually have the administrators. Even this link here that we have, we need to actually go ahead and add it somewhere. I just want to go ahead and see this being added. I don't know why it is just not getting the list of administrators. Okay, so if you just go back to this page where we have so if you just go here, it is simply getting this and sets in and just using this admin get church, and it is using this. Okay, so the question is, why are we not having any admins? That's weird. There are no any admins at all. Okay, we can just like troubleshoot. First of all, since we're in the admin page, we can start confirming that we have this consider log. I'm just going to start with the church ID, so we can confirm that we have the church ID, right? We go to the console. This is the user, I guess. We have admin page, we actually have it here, but we also have here the subdomain. Okay, so we have this. So when we get this, we just say get church admins by church ID. So we just go ahead and run this. So this should be cool. But then why is it? So I'm just going to go ahead and also console log the admins. Because we know that should just have, and this returns back an empty array. Okay, then I would then go to this here before we return. Can I just also consider log response to data? Okay. Does it even this endpoint, does it run? So you could just like see if this endpoint even runs at the API level. Let's scroll down here. So you can see that at the API level that this API church admins church domains this. Oh, the one that is running is something else. The one that is running is something else. So let's go to the web. So at the server level, let's go ahead and first comment out this since it is now working. you can just quickly go to this page. So here on this page, you can just remove this slow user. Let's refresh here. Okay, so you just go back here. It actually returns back like this empty array. Is that even possible? So then the surprising thing is that what runs here is API churches domains. The subdomain is what is running. Something is not right. Okay. So if you just go to this page, we pass in this. So we're supposed to run this endpoint. Let me just first see if it is this stale time of 5 minutes. I'm just going to first also remove that. So if I have this API.get church admins ID, let's see. Since I've removed the stale time, maybe it has worked or something. Let me just go ahead and refresh. Actually here it is saying that API this is blocked by client. So this might be actually a browser issue. Let's just go to another browser. You know, this has a tendency of misbehaving. Let me just go ahead and log in here. To just going to have admins. Let's say administrators. Yeah. So the problem was the browser. Okay. So it is now understandable. Now let's work on. I have put consoles all over the place that I need to remove. Just going to go ahead and check them out. So page. This, even this. Okay, so one thing that I want to first check or modify a little bit is my middleware, because as we are adding more links, this is getting out of hand, right? So I have this middleware that I'm just going to go ahead, and I don't want to tackle things up here. I just want to tackle if I have a domain here. So copy this and let's take it to cloud. And I'm just going to say I have this middleware. Now I have so many routes that are under the subdomain, and creating more if statement is not maintainable. Can we create an if statement that allows us to create any route, and so long any route within the subdomain and it will be rewritten automatically. So let's see how it can just like modify that. So you're saying you can whitelist specific routes recommended. So it's just like creating here the subdomain routes and check if current path name should be rewritten. So your subdomain includes path name, then it goes ahead and writes it. The problem is if we have the dynamic routes. Pass 2 is pattern matching with prefixes. So here is just saying block access to admin page from subdomain. So for instance, if you say if path name starts with subdomain, we redirect to this. Okay, and the final route pattern should be rewritten. So here he has this specific routes. Option 3, exclude specific routes, use with caution. Exclude routes, I recommend option 1. Okay, can you modify option 1 to also take in consideration the dynamic routes, e.g. if we just had, for instance, e.g. if we had it just like admin, like let's say slash users then slash ID. So if we just had like users ID, what would we do in that case? Well, that's the only thing that is so using here function to clean a code. Okay, so basically you can also put this. So it is saying here, can you say is allowed subdomain route. So we just pass in the path name and checks like this dashboard admins, dashboard users, settings, profile, and so on. So I say exact routes dot include path name return true. Okay, then dynamic routes. So here is having like this. That's like user ID, user edit. I don't know what that means even. Like, what does it mean, like user ID? Anyways, so we have these dynamic routes, and they say .sum pattern.test, and here we're having the middleware that is having this. So let's first look at our existing one. So we have we block for the super admin, and then we just go ahead and start testing ours. Okay, so basically we would create this. Just going to copy this first. So we have this function here, and then now we have it here, so block and then check. And then here, so instead of doing this if statement, we just do the check. So say if is allowed, return if this, then is subdomain, and subdomain path name, and then this we'll write it to this. Okay, I'm just going to check if everything is still working. For now, go back here. Okay, we just left that. We are here. Let me just reload if this still works. Okay, so this still works. So we just want to add in this route also for want to add in this for this here. So we just need to see where this button is. I'm just going to go to the admin page. So you should just go on admin page. Let's see, we have the church ID. So we might just also be forced to pass in the role here. So I'm just going to, because we can't just then use this to control the path within here. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead, so like adding this new admin, we'll also just add it admins and then new. Okay, so if you just see in here, we have super admins and then we have new. So you can just copy this, copy, and then even in the users we have admins new, like this. So what that means is in the page like this one, we can just like pass optionally the role. So I'm just going to say role is equal to user dot role, like that. And we can just say that the role, if you hover on this, the role is role. So you can just come here and you see that we're just going to pass in the role, and role can be role, and we can just import role, but then we can say that this is not undefined, can just be not be there. Okay, so it goes away, but then in this we just know that we can actually have a possibility of having a role. So where we have this, so if we have a role, so you can just come here, so you can just come here and cut this. I can just cut this here, cut it, and let's come here and we say const path is going to equal, so you just say if role Okay, if roll is true, then this path is going to change, else the path will change. So here we just simply say for the other one, we're just going to say slash dashboard. So here we're just going to say slash dashboard. Then slash admins. Dashboard slash admins, then new. Else if we just take to this one, and then we're just going to go ahead and use path here. So if you just go back here and hover, you can see this takes us to the dashboard admin, which this is actually the route not registered. So just going to go to the middleware, and in this exact routes, we just also just have this. Just simply add it like that, and where is it? Just go this side and just reload the page. Now I just also want to go to this form to check one thing. So we can just go to this subdomain new page, and this gets us and passes in the church ID. So if you just look at this, this is not how we need to get the church ID in this case. So in this case, we don't even need to actually receive the params. So like this. Okay, we don't need to go to this. What we need instead is just getting the user. So you can just go here, do the same exact thing. Okay, let's get the user, and this is going to be user.church ID. Okay, so let's go ahead, try again, or reload. Okay, so you can see that we are actually creating within this, we are creating the still the admins, we are creating the church admin. So these ones, they can also create, you can create your own church admin. Okay, create the admin who can just in turn log in, which is good. Okay, so one thing that that enters into this user form, we take in the church ID, and this is what in turn, when you're just registering, you pass in that. So you can see create, and now we're passing in the church ID now. Okay, that's cool. Now they can create their own admins. We can just like test this. Let's create the third one. I'm just going to create now the third one. Let's give him this one. Let's just call them test. Test name. We're just going to delete this one. We just use any of these emails, and let me just use any of this. I don't know what's wrong with the image, but it seems it has some problems. Okay, just going to leave that image alone. Okay, please upload the passport. What's going on? So it seems like upload thing is having some issues. Let me see upload thing. I just want to upload this. Okay, so the upload here is working so well, which I should actually also give as a default value to this. I can see that we have the image. So in the default values, I'm just going to give this. And there is a check we have somewhere. I'm not sure which one. And then even this redirect, I'm just going to talk about it. So the image upload, I'm not sure it was working so well. I'm not sure what went wrong for sure. So we have this check. If data the image is not there, then but just given it this default value, hoping that it's going to be working. I'm just going to go ahead and refresh. So you can see now it has this default value now. So I'm not sure if we give it let's give it another one. Okay, so I'm just going to give it this. If we just go to the console here on the web, I don't know what's going on with upload thing. And actually the URL is there. I think it must be this one, isn't it? Something is not right. The returned back URL is, as you can see there, is something is not right, obviously, but we're just going to work on that later on. Let's first go ahead and work on what we want to work on right now. Just going to go ahead and put in the test user like that. Okay, so the problem we have now is the redirect. Okay, the redirect. So let's go ahead and work on this redirect. So we're in this the sign up form, or the register form actually. So what we need is this here. Okay, so we can potentially pass in also here the same thing we did the aside. We can pass in the role, and we can say role is role not required, and based on that role we can just come to get the path to route on. So you can say const path is equal to, so you can just cut this and say if we have role, so here if we have role, then we're just going to go to dashboard admins. So here you just simply say dashboard admins, else then we just do this, and then we can post the path. Okay, let's go back. If there is already a session, we want to continue to the dashboard. Let's make sure we have that in the auth login. So once that if the user, if there is no user, if there is user and there is a subdomain, okay, let's go to the login. Okay, so we have now this. I don't know if we can just like delete this. Did we add the delete functionality? I'm not sure. The one of deleting like the admins, we don't have that yet, of deleting the admins, but now we have these users. Okay, so let's add now, start on the, if I go back to our tier draw, we're just going now to go to the section of where we are going to start adding member management. Okay, so we're just going to work on where the super admin can start creating the parishioners. Okay, I'm just going to be adding the parishioners. Okay, so now according to how the Christian community, how we want to do this, the church is organized in, so you have like, you have the archdiocese, and then within the archdiocese we have the parishes, and then within the parishes we have sub-parish. Okay, we have the sub parishes, and then within the sub parishes we have the small Christian communities. Small Christian Christian communities. So this is how the church is arranged. We have the archdiocese, then archdiocese is in a country, then a country is under the Pope, the Roman Catholic Church in Italy. So the what we want is we are starting at this parish level, okay? So this system is going to be managing a parish. That means it can add the sub parish. So you're going to have like sub parishes, and then within sub parishes you can actually create the small Christian communities, okay? So that's how I want, because when you're going to register a member, we're just going to be asking is coming from which Christian community, and that's going to help us also to even if there is other, like you don't have the Christian community, or at least you must be falling somewhere so that we can account for you at some point. So the member is going to be very easy. So as we have said, you're just going to have a member. So the member is just going to be taking a few details. I'm not sure if I got these details somewhere like on a paper. But I just say a member will just want a name, okay? So just going to say a member will want a name, and then from this name, of course, we can just extract like first name and last name, but we just want the name, okay? Just want a name, phone, okay, name and phone. Can I add these ones as this? Okay, so we want name, phone, okay, one name and a phone. Then we're just going to add, of course, the profile image, which we just not, will not update it unless they want to. Then another thing is we already have the phone, okay. Then what else? Then now we're just going to be having like this small Christian community, small Christian community, okay. And then also maybe the gender, something like we just like want to know. Yeah, I think there are some of the small things like gender. Oh, this is going to solve like the sub parish. Sub parish. So the ones that will be visible, just going to have this like so. Yeah, so this is the form for adding a member. We're just going to be having the small Christian communities and the yeah, so what I just need is I'm just going to go to create this. Let me start by creating the I can start by just going to, I can add this. I wanted to add this in the middleware. So in the middleware here, we can just like add dashboard members. So we don't have users per se, but just going to say members. Okay, and there's some other many links, but then now let's just go ahead and put this dashboard members. Just going to go ahead and add it to sidebar. A sidebar in the config, and this is where we're going to go ahead and while we have clients, administrators, we're just going to go ahead and say members, the church members, and then this is going to be dashboard members, and this is also for the admin. So if we just now go back to subdomain, and then we just go ahead and create the members. So we just go ahead and create here this, let's say members, and then inside this members we're just going to go ahead and add a page dot tsx rfc, I'm just going to say h2, and I will just say members like this. Okay, so if we just go back to I don't know what I will do for this session, but it is super annoying. I will have to work on it before I submit the app, otherwise it's going to be really really annoying. Okay, so you just go here, we have members. Okay, so you can see here we have this the members page. So that's why we're going to be to be able to add members. Now how I want to add this is going to be really interesting on how I want to do it. We can just like use our 2-column layout, or we could just use our normal thing. How I'm just going to do it, just going to add a model for adding the members. I think that is going to be appropriate to create it as a model. Okay. So meanwhile, I'm just going to first give this from the system, the one we had here in the system request, this. Just going to give it to this to go ahead and change this. Now you can just go here and we'll give us a if I have this form and I want to change it, I want to change the form to be 1. I want it to be a pop-up. I want to change the form to be a a scrollable model form, and I also want to change it to be a member form, and it will have the following fields. So as we listed them, so I'm just going to go here. So we listed this. So I think I'm just going to leave out the images. Let's go ahead and remove the images. It will just have this. Let me also cut this. Cut this. I'll add it here. Now I'm just going to say the sub parishes okay, so we just simply be actually having the sub parishes instead. So the sub parishes will be fetched. Okay, they'll be fetched from the API, and inside the sub parishes we will have small Christian communities. Okay, e.g. bali kudembe. Okay, Saint Matia and others. So you will then when a user selects a sub parish, then we load all the parishes, all the small Christian communities. Okay, let's just give it the chance to give us a try. Okay, so it seems we have here some form. I'm not sure if this is working or not, but I just copy this, and we're just going to go inside here, inside the components. I'm just going to create here as a member form. So say member form .tsx, and we have a lot of things in here. So member form has a name, phone, please enter, and then we have a gender, male or female, sub parish, and then small Christian community. Now, the small Christian community, I think these ones will be, there will be IDs. Okay, this, it will be an ID. This small Christian community will be an ID. So we have the gender options, and now we have sub parishes which are into this, and here is adding the fetch. In this, replace with the actual API. So when you have use small Christian community, okay, so these are like, then you use sub parishes. This one also takes in this. So this one is taking in sub parishes. So this one fetches one more time. Do we need to fetch? I'm not sure if we need to fetch the way we did in the system. Let's just look at the system request form. So in the system request form, we have this use countries, which is actually loading all the countries with states. So when it comes to the country option, we have the use memo, so we're going to do the same thing. The only thing has, when you have the current state.form.get state, then if watched country and current state, then we do this. Okay, so I need first go ahead, I need this. While we have this use country, this is why you're doing we are doing the fetching here. So this is where we would use our, I think, our React query. I'm just going to go to where we have use church. So here we are going to go ahead and create. Let's go ahead and first go to the API very fast. I'm just going to start with the schema. So in the schema, just going to create parish sub parishes. So just going to say here sub parish. Okay, we are going to take an assumption this has to be a parish, so we just have to have the sub parish. The sub parish is going to have an ID. Okay, an ID and a name. We could just go ahead and give it I'm just going to say give it, and maybe this name I'm just going to make it unique. Sorry. Let's just go ahead and do this. It just takes in only the name. These ones are going to be parishes. So sorry, sub parishes. Okay, so similarly, there is a relationship between a sub parish and a church. So the church has sub parishes, so we can just go to where we have a user or where we have the church, like this, like in the user. So just going to add this. not allow sub parishes to be created without a church. So I'm just going to remove this, then go inside the church. We're just going to have sub parishes, and this comes to sub parish array like this. Okay, so to have this and the church ID, like so we'll create this one as the sample one. We have to create also the form for this, so you can create sub parishes. Then what else do I want to put? We have sub parishes, and then in the sub parishes we have Christian communities. So just going to say create a Christian community. Just going to say SCC. So this one will have sub parish ID, sub parish, and this will be sub parish. This will be sub parish ID. Okay, so if you just go in the sub parish, it will have Christian communities. I will just go down here and I will just say that this one has communities, which is going to be the Christian communities. I don't know what's wrong with this. This one is communities. So this one will have also a name and a sub parish where it falls in. That's it. Okay. I think that's it. We need a parish, and then finally we just need a member. Okay, we need a member. So just going to say for the member, for the members, we have this name, phone, gender, name, phone, gender, name cannot be unique here. And even here in this, what changes is going to be the sub parish, but the name can be you can have Saint Matia Murumba in one parish and in another parish, so this cannot be. The parish, let's just just leave the parish, just the name to be, the sub parish, the name to be unique. Then the members, so we have the name, phone, gender. Okay, So for this, we can just say this can't be a string. It's just going to be enum. So I don't know if we already have gender, and just say just like this. I'm going to give it a default. And then we have sub-parish. We have some other things like sub-parish and the small Christian community. So we're just going to have here member, which is going to have sub-parish ID. And sub-parish. Christian community, this one needs to be sub-parish. So in the sub-parish, we need to have members. And then we also need to have the Christian communities. So we're just going to have this as community ID, and this is going to be also community, and this one is Christian community. Okay, we have one error though. So we have these members. Saying that errors validating model sub-parish, ambiguous exception detected. The field is members and member in model sub-parish both refer to the okay, so we already had this. Okay, so just going to have that. So then in the Christian community, we should have members. So just going to have also members like this, because we are having the community ID. So these are the things we are saving within here. Okay. The only thing is to see how we are going to actually load these ones. I'm just going to go ahead and push. More especially not on the front end, but on the back end. So just going to do this, push to the dashboard. So we can just go ahead and work on the APIs. What's them? Let's create the APIs for creating. So what I just want is I'll create a very interesting UI on the front. By the back, let's first go ahead and create these APIs. I'm just going to first only focus on the ones for create, and then we'll create others later. Create and list are the ones I need. So I will just go in the source routes. Okay, Now for the parishes and the for the sub parishes, and I'm just all of them, I'm just going to add them under church. So while we have this church, I'm just going to go to schema here. So under church, I'm just going to have also, so this is the church. We can just have like the second one, just going to have the sub parish. So just going to say sub parish like this, base schema. And then from the sub parish, you need to get the community or the Christian community base schema. And then we also have the member. So let's go ahead and start adding in these, for instance, the sub parish. So I'm just going to go to the schema. So when you just go to the sub parish, it has the name and church ID. Yeah, it has the name and the church ID. So I'm just going to go back, name, and then church ID, those two. Then for the community, it has also name, so we can just go here and we can just look at the community. It has name, sub parish ID. Okay, it has name and then the sub parish ID. So we can just go back to the schema. Okay, so then we just go to finally to our member. So I'm just going to go to schema and let's go to our member. So the member has all this, including the also community ID. So it has the name. So we can just put the name. Then we can just put the phone, which is also going to be z.string. Okay, so just going to go here like so. Now for this, we can also put a string, or we can just use enum. I think there is z dot enum, and then you can just go ahead and put, like, for instance, male and female. Okay, yeah, so I have all the schemas. I will proceed and we create like the create schema. So here we have where we created this. So we just need to go ahead and create the create schemas for all of them. So I've created the schemas. So we have here this sub parish. So we have all these schemas, and then down here we are creating the create schemas, the sub parish create, the community create, and then the member create. Okay, so those are like the 3 ones you need. And then from these, we are going to go ahead and actually export the types that we need, more especially the ones for the create. So 1, 2, 3. So just going to have here, for example, the sub parish, and it's going to be sub parish create schema, and then we go to community, which is going to be community create schema, and finally we have the member create, and this is going to be member create schema. Okay, so these are some of the types, and then you can also export the base ones 1, 2, 3. So we can't just have like you have the member, just going to from the member base, and then you have the sub parish, sub parish base, and finally you have the community base. So from these ones we can just go ahead to the routes. So I will just go create the ones for create. I'll create the ones for create, and then afterwards we'll just go ahead to the ones of get. So we just have like 1, 2, 3. So the first one is going to be create sub parish. So you create sub parish, and this one is going to be sub parishes post, create a new sub parish, create new sub, create new sub parish, so the payload here is going to be the sub parish create. So we have sub parish create schema, and this is going to be like sub parish create payload. Okay, and then these other ones they are going to remain the same. This is going to be sub parish created, and then here this sub parish already exists, and the internal. After creating this sub parish, we can create the community. So this one's going to be under the communities. Create new community. Create new Christian community. And this is community create schema. And here is going to be the community, and even here is community. Lastly is the create member. So this one is going to be church members. So this one's going to be create new member, create new, and this is going to be member create schema. Okay, so just now go to the list. So just going to have 1, 2, 3. So we have also the 3. So just going to have here list sub parishes. List sub parishes. This is going to be still sub parishes. List or sub parishes. Okay, so the one that's going to come here, of course, is going to be sub parish base. Base schema. Okay, and then this one is list communities. So I have another one which is list communities. Communities. This one is going to be the community base. And finally, we have list church members. Okay, and this one's going to be member, base schema. Okay, so I think those are the ones we need. So then down here we're just going to have also these here. So we need the ones for create 2 3. So this create sub parish. This will be create sub parish. There is create community, create community, and then create you have create church member, and then this is going to be create church member. How do we call it? Create member. And then we have the ones for list. We're just going to list also 1 2 3. So we have here list sub parishes or list sub parish, and we have list communities, and here just list church members. Okay, so now we move to creating the index, the handlers. So here you have to create 3, 1 2 3. So the church, we have create sub parish, this we're going to use create sub parish route. Okay, so we get the data. Now for this we're using the title. There is only the title that we're going to have. You can just say here sub parish already exists, and we can just like take off this. Now we have to create the sub parish. So this is going to be sub parish is await Prisma, and here just going to say sub parish create, and we just return the ID, and then here is what we return. So this and this, okay, this is going to be sub parish, even here is going to be sub parish. The second one, of course, after creating sub parish, you create a Christian community. So create community, and then even here is going to be create community route. So we're just going to come here, the same thing, this let me just confirm one thing. We have create sub parish, so here it needs to be actually sub parish for this title here. Just now I'm checking it in a wrong place. So even here in the community, make sure that this is actually a Christian community, and then of course we're just going to remove, so this one community community already exists. Now we talked about this, but for now let's and when we are checking for this, more especially for the because with all these ones, like in the sub parish, okay, if you look in the data for the sub parish, we need to have the church ID. So for this one, it needs to be the name and the church ID needs to be equal to the data dot church ID. So the reason is you want this to be within this parish, okay? Within the parish it already exists, but if it is in another parish, then it should be okay. The same thing is down here. So in the community, the title, if you look at the data, this one has the sub parish ID. So even here, this should be, if it is in the same sub parish, then we're just going to actually refuse data dot sub parish. Otherwise, that would be a valid one. So that will be okay after, I guess. Make sure that this is in the community. Even this is in the community where we put the data. So this is community, and even this is in the community, and this okay. So it seems like we have an error, the serious one on this. This is supposed to be sub parish ID like this. Okay, so lastly we have another one here, which is actually create the church member, and even this one is going to be create church member route. I think this one is going to have only a conflict on the phone, so this is going to be member. Okay, this is going to be member, and the thing is the name has no problem, only the phone. I think we have only the name, the phone number. Okay, then we have the email. So the phone, then we have the I'm just going to remove this. I'm just going to say phone number already taken, and we are making sure that for this one, for the phone numbers, they are internationally, all of them unique. Therefore, we don't need to say within a particular parish or something like that, because in this we have a community ID and the parish ID, but we're not going to do that. So then the church is going to be create. The member is prisma.member.create, and then we have the member, and then error creating member, and even here member. Now we have the ones for listing. We just going to also get all these ones where we are saying we are listing. So we start with the sub parish, where we have list sub parishes. Okay. List of parishes, and this is going to be list sub parish route. Okay, so we have here the churches. This is going to be the sub parishes, and then this is going to be sub parish, and then we return them here, the sub parish. Here is going to be sub parish. This is going to be fetching, I guess. Even this. Okay, so with this, I'm just going to duplicate 2 more for the community, and so just going to say 2, 3. So I'm just going to say this list communities. Communities, and this is going to be also list communities route, communities, and then this is going to be Christian community, and then these communities is what we return back here, and then here's going to have communities. Lastly is list church members, and even this is going to be list church members. And then here's going to be members, which is going to be member, and then here we say member, and then here we have members, and then finally you just have to register all these routes in here. So I'm just going to simply put them at last. So they are going to be 6, routes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 routes. Okay, starting with these ones. So just going to say list sub parishes, and then here is going to be list communities, and then there is list church members. Okay, and then the ones for create, so we already have create church, so here is going to be create sub parish, and then the second one is create community, and lastly is going to be create church member. Okay, I think for this we have different one. Let's just say here create there is only create church. I don't know if we have create member. Okay, and then this in the handlers we have create church member. Okay, so we now have a lot of routes and a church. So if we just go back to this, let's go ahead and so we have a lot of routes now, about, for example, list sub parishes, creating sub parish, community, and then the church member. Okay, I'll just proceed to the front. I just want to see the time. I will just proceed to the front so that we just take in consideration those routes. For all these routes, I'm just going to minimize, go to the web. I don't know why in the web we have some things. So we're on the membership form. So we'll just sort this, but just first go ahead and get others. So here we have the members. I would want to go ahead and borrow the church. Okay, I'll just want to go ahead and borrow the church like this. So just going to copy this, and if you just go under super admin in the desk, just going to paste in. I'm just going to start with the parishes, the sub parishes, sub parishes, just like this. I'm just going to stop this, and since we have stopped, let's just create all of them. So we have sub parishes. I'm just going to say here we have sub parishes, and then we have Christian communities. So I'm just going to say communities, and finally we have the members, which we already have. I'm just also going to delete this. I'm just going to go here and rename it as members. Okay, so we have all those routes. You may say we can also just go into the middleware and change it once and for all. So we already have for members, and so just going to have also members new. We might just like actually create just a new tab for this, like a new page instead of a model, and then most especially for the member, but for the other ones like the parishes, those ones they will not have for sure. So I'm just going to go duplicate for these other ones. So we have dashboard, for instance, sub parishes. Just a second. So we have here sub parishes. I will also add dashboard members, just like this. Oh, we would have members, maybe dashboard communities, just like this. So the communities and the sub parishes, we don't need the new pages. Okay, so going back here, I'm just going to go ahead. We can start with the easy ones, which is going to be, for this case, is going to be the sub parishes. So when it comes to the form for the creating a new sub parish, this could be actually a model. Okay, so I don't need this the new. For this case, I just need a page like so, and on this page, actually, the way we have this church list, I'm just going to go ahead and I will first transfer one thing here. What do I need? Okay, so what I need is of course a table and a pop-up model for this. I know I'm just going to first let's first leave them as as pages. I don't know. I'm just going to go ahead. I think I leave them as I'm just like thinking about it right now, whether it should be like models or pages, because let me just leave them as pages for simplicity right now. So I can just go ahead and get this new, and let me paste it inside the sub parish new page, where you have like the form. Okay, so we have the subdomain form that we just want to change. So I will just use multiple. Let me see which form I want to use. Actually, I want to use the sub. I'm just going to come here and I say it was actually under church where we have this. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and look for the subdomain form. Okay, just going to go ahead and copy this. I will use multiple ones here. I will first leave this, which gave us the membership form. I will go to this, just say want to modify the sub domain name, the subdomain for the subdomain form and page to be sub parish form and page. Can just first give it this one, and let's look at subdomain name form, subdomain form. So this is the subdomain form here. I'm just going to do the form. So I'm just going to also go ahead and say that for the sub parish, it has two form fields. In fact, for it has one field. It has only one field. It has only one field, which is a name. Okay, which is a name, and that's like also why it is weird to create for it. Just going to leave it just for now. It has only one field, which is a name, and another one more thing is that the sub parish belongs to a church. Therefore, the sub parish form needs to take in a church ID prop. Okay, so I think that's what I need to do for this. Then I'm just also going to create another one. So I will just now copy still the page. Okay, so now we are just on creating a Christian community. I have a subdomain form and page. I want to change them to Christian community form and page. Okay, subdomain form. Okay, so for this I'm just going to say here form. I'm going to say the Christian community, community has two fields. So if wanted to also we could be creating them from inside the sub parish. We could create them inside the sub parish. You click on sub parish, and then you go ahead and add in the Christian community. But I'm just going to create its own page. So I'm just going to say Christian communities has to fit. The first one is the name. Another one is the sub parish. Okay, the sub parish ID. So the Christian community belongs to a sub parish. So we're just going to say I want it to use the select. So if you just go to the request, system request, where we used that combo stuff, I'm just going to say for the select field, please use this command select. Just going to copy this. I'm just going to say and for selecting sub parishes, please use the command select. Okay, just like that. Just create this one and let's go back to this side. So it has the sub parish page, sub parish page. Copy this. So here is like you might just need to get the church ID as a search param. So I'm just going to go to sub parish, actually the page here. Now since we need the church ID, we look at the sub parish form where it is. Let me first remove this. In the page we don't actually need any search param, so this church ID is going to come from the user. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove this, and you can also clear all this. Okay, so you can just go here and say const user is equal to await get server user, like this, and if no user or if no user dot church ID, we just going to say redirect, and we redirect to the auth / auth login, and we can just now say church ID const church ID is user dot church ID, just like that. And the only error now we have is creating the Parish form. So let's look at this Parish form component. So the Parish form component, you can just like add it even here in the new. I'm just going to say sub Parish form dot tsx. Okay, so this Parish form is not having any issues. The only problem is now just coding it in here like this. So this is the new page and it is using this Parish form. I wonder where it is submitting all these. We have the name input and the church. So I just want to look at when you submit. So you can see it creates the payload, and now it has commented all this, the create Parish mutation. So temporary success. So then to the actual API. So here, of course, is going to be slash dashboard dashboard sub parishes. Okay, so with that, I actually just need to go ahead and create that mutation. So we have the use church. Okay, so just going to start now. Since we have started with the sub parish, I just need to get two of these. We are going to start with the one for create, use create here. So just going to say here instead use create sub parish. And use create sub parish, you have the mutation function, which is create subdomain here. So just going to go ahead and okay, so this whole entire of creating subdomain, I'm just going to leave it actually there in the subdomain. I'm going to get it. I'm just going to simply say create sub parish this time. Create sub parish action. The data that comes in here is the name and church ID. Church ID. Okay, so one thing that we can actually also do is getting just quickly, let's go to the API, source, routes, churches. I just want to get the church schema again. Okay, so this church schema, which creates all these, I just want to go back to the web in a second, and I would want to scroll to where we have the types here. So this is how we have the church base, and everything. I'm not sure if they are actually the same. So what I would do is just go here and paste this, and then look at the ones which are the same. So for instance, we have the church base schema. and then this. First of all, let's first remove this. Remove this and this. So church base, we have it twice. Here we already have another church. Just going to remove this. Okay, then we start the sub parishes. So let's look down here if we have some other. Oh, we have the church admins. So just remove this. Might not need the church admins. Then this. Let me hover on this. What is the problem? Duplicate identifier. So this. Is also here. Okay, so apart from that, this is they are now all here. So going back to the subdomain, which is the same as like church, create sub parish. So with data we have here, so we are going to validate this with the church. Just going to say, I think sub parish create schema. So if you hover on this, it should just like be name and this, and then here just going to have sub parishes. Okay, you can just like make sure that this is the right one, and then the data that we are passing in is the name and the church ID here is validated dot church ID. So we push this, and then here we have success to true. I don't think there is anything else we need. Maybe we could just say actual data, and then you could save this const response is equal to await, and then here we have data which is equal to res.data, like this. Now all the errors that we have here, they are actually valid, so I'm just going to leave them like that. So this looks good for the create of the sub parish. Okay. So we have the use. So when I just I go back to use. When I go back to use church, well, we have this. I'm just going to say create. Now we have sub parish now. And this is going to be sub. Just to define the key here, sub parishes, just like this. Okay. We need one more that is going to be for. We need one more which is going to be for. So we have use church. I just want to get one more which is actually saying use churches here. So this is going to be the one which is saying use sub parishes data. Use sub parishes data. The key here is sub parishes Okay, so we need to get this while we have this get all churches. I'm just going to need to duplicate this. This is going to have to be get all sub parishes. The type here is going to be I don't know if we code this as sub parish, and then here the response is from sub parishes, like that. I think all other things we leave them exactly the same. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and get this. So from I don't know, from use church here. Okay, so at least we have these two, so we can start with the sub parish form, and the only thing that we need to have is, so I'm just going to come here, const this, and it is going to import this, and after importing that would actually go ahead and comment all this. So we just have await create meet a payload, and if you look at the payload is name and the church. We set error here, then we toast sub parish created successfully and route wherever you want. Okay, so these ones were the temporary success. I'm just going to only cut this. We'll remove all these ones, and I will just route like so. So we are done with the sub parish. The what would be there is the page, this one here. So at this point, the only thing that I need is I would just want to go to where we have the church table, this church table here. I'd copy this, and I would just now tell this one that please create the sub parish table and page. So I'm just going to paste this and the page I need. So if you just go to the page, you don't know what it is for the members, or let's go back to the subdomain where we have clients, I guess. Okay, just going to simply say here so I'm just going to say so the page gets the church ID and passes it to the sub parish so say sub parish table. Okay, the table should have a nice header with title and description, with a button, add new sub parish. Okay, so then I think that one is enough. So let's go ahead to this side, and I'm just going to be working on this one. So we have the community form. Checkpointed should be also having name input. It should be able to you can see it actually created the user parish like that. So I'm just going to go this side. So this is the community form component. So I'm just going to go under the communities where we have this. I'm just going to create a new here community form.tsx like that. So let's look at the things that it has added in here. Okay, it is looking for these schemas, of which actually we have. The only thing is we actually have also now for the sub parishes, which is good. So let's go ahead to this actual thing. So this is the community form. It starts by having here this community form data. So if you just look at this, it's just the one it is looking from that side. So we actually have these are the types. I'm not sure if we have. So if I just go to the to the types, if I just go to the church schema here, we already have the community create. Also, the types are these ones, the community create types. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this community create. Nice. I expect it to use also Zod. So this is the Zod for it, which is going to be the community create schema. Okay, then down here we'll have this create Christianity community, Christian community. This we're just going to create that one from the sub parish place. So I'm just going to go to where we have subdomain. We have subdomain in the actions and in the lib. We can start with the one in the within here where we have the sub parish. I'm just going to go ahead and just simply duplicate this. Okay, so this one is going to be create community action. Community action, and the data here we have the name and the sub parish ID. Sub parish ID, just like this. So just come here, we just start by calling the community schema. Community create schema. and then here we are passing this to communities, communities, and then it has the name and the name and the sub parish. So this sub parish ID. So this is going to be validated.sub parish ID, just like this. So we can also just leave it at that. Okay, the responses and everything. So let's go back to the subdomain in the lib, and also let's go ahead and create the gate. Let's create gate or communities, and this is going to be community. So this is going to be communities, and that's it. Okay, so after creating this, I'm just going to go back to use church. So in the use church is where we're going to create the hook. The first one is going to be this. You can actually create this, use communities data, and this, the query key is going to be communities, and this is going to get us gate or communities. Done. And then up here we're just going to add the one of use create. So there is this use create. We're just also going to say use create community, use create community, just like this. So this one should just mutation where we have the create community action, and we're invalidating the key of communities. Okay, so that's it. We now have this use create community. So if we just go back to the community form, let's go where we have transform sub parish data into the command select. So where we are getting these sub parishes here, you can just use okay, sub parishes data here like this, and this actually are getting the actual ones. Now it just added them like the loading. I'm just going to leave them like that. It has name and ID, which is actually true. Now I'm just going to first remove the things that are up here that we are not using. Like I'm just going to go and remove this and this, and also this. Okay, let's go down now where we have these. So we have this create Christian community mutation. We're going to get this from use create community, just like this. Okay, so now at that point we are good. Then this the types for these, we're just going to get them from here, which is community create types. These community create types. Nice. We still have some things here. This. Okay. We have now one error that I want to look at. So if you just look at this, it's saying the property name is missing in the sub parish options. So you have value and label. Let's go back here. First of all, this field is given the subparish ID. Options is subparish options, which is having label and value. I'm not sure why, for some reason, value and label is not assignable to option. And it's saying property name is missing in this, but required in the option. We can just go to the select, to the request. I'm just going to go to the system request and let's look at this. Oh, so there is this name. So from field, it has control and the name. Yes, let's compare it quickly with the community form here. Community form has also the appear control render, and then within these options, okay, so if you look at these options, so for this, it is actually name and value, not label and value. So okay, so yes, you have to use this in this way. And if you look at this, they added it in use memo. I don't know if we should also wrap ours in the use memo. So if you look at the community here, you look at these parish options, this should be wrapped in like a use memo. So I'm just going to go here and do this use memo, and I'm just going to say sub parish options. So sub parish options is use memo. This helps us not to re-render many times. Okay, and now we're just going to have these subparishes, the map, and then we have the subparish here, and then we have the name, which is going to be the subparish. Okay, this I just want to use sub parishes. Let's just make this capital P for this to be happy, and even this subparish. And now if you have this like this, and even this, so we have to say this is going to be now ID, the value here, and then this is going to be subparishes, like so. So now let me just go up here to where we are naming this. Okay, I will also have now subparish loading. So now I can just remove this kind of. You're saying that the subparishes is possibly undefined here. We can just say equal to an empty array like that. Okay, so now here we are good. So we can use this in here. Okay, which makes us to be good. Now we have this loading subparishes. So this is going to be subparish loading, and even also this is subparish loading. Nice. So the community form also is clean right now, which is really nice. So if you just go back to the page, if you could just go here, there is the page now. Just going to copy this and let's add this on the page. So the only thing I'm just going to bring in is this Christian community. I'm just going to have the form just like that. Okay. So we have now the other pages. Let's go back to this here. Once I've created the page, so it has the parish table and the parish page. Let's start with the parish page, sub parishes page. So we have the sub parishes page, this one. That's going to do this. So basically, okay, it has added the breadcrumb. I don't know which is it necessary or not. The only thing we're interested in actually is these params. We're not going to have any param because it's getting here get church ID. I'm just going to go, so we will fetch this. We just go here, get user. So you can just simply go into this page. Oh, we haven't reached this side yet. Just go to this page the same way we got into this. Do we need a church ID? Yes, I guess. So we are on the sub parishes page here. Okay, just get this, and let's get this redirect, and let's remove all these params, so you don't need even these params. And then of course the table, we'll create the table in a second, but right now is late church. Okay, he's trying to get church by ID, and is passing, is he passing the whole entire church? Church card, church subdomain. Okay, that information is too much. I'm just going to say sub parishes table is what we need, which is this one. Copy, and in the sub parishes we can see sub parishes table, and I'm just going to add this. Okay, we can just go down here. We see things that it used, more especially the data. So if you look, we have this, and we have the skeleton, and then we have the pagination and others. The important thing is the table here is taking in the church and the church name. Okay, fair enough. So inside here we just added this. Okay, which is this is there now, and by the way, the sub parishes data is supposed to take in the church ID, and then is loading. Let's first remove all these ones, these here, the mocked values. So the only thing is, in this we should actually have church ID here. So church ID, which is going to be a string. Okay, because you're not going to get all the sub parishes in, we just have to get sub parishes in a given church. So then he's going to be this, the church ID, and then we get all, and then we pass in this church ID. And now let's go to this, let's get in this, just simply say church ID, which is a string. And now how using this sub parishes, sub parishes. So just going to say sub parishes ID. So just going to say here $church ID like this. Quickly, let's go ahead and change the API so it is sub parishes ID. So where we have this source churches here in the routes. So we just want this one of list sub parishes. So there is one thing now that is going to be in the request. So you can see we have the response. So if you just quickly go to any here that is saying gate, just go to maybe clients, I don't know. I think we have also delete, or even this. So just need to add this in the requests. Okay, we just need to add that in our requests list sub parishes. So this is going to be sub parishes. Let's first add this one. So with all these, just going to add request, there is this ID. Now here just going to say slash, which is going to be ID like this. Okay, if you just go back to the delete or to the gate, you can see you pass it like that. Meaning if you just went to this and let's say search for list sub parishes, list sub parishes, that means here you just have to get const, and you have to get this from equal to c dot request dot param, I guess, and then we pass in, I think, ID like this. Let me first look for where we have like the gate or the, okay, so this is how you get it. So this is how you get it. c.request.void param. So we get this ID instead of, so we'll just get here sub parishes, and we just have to pass in now where. So you can just say pass in where, and just going to say where church ID is equal to ID like so. So that makes it good. If you come back to the web here, so now not there, so we're somewhere in the lib. So that is where in the lib you have here sub parishes church ID. So now that should be good, taking us back to the sub parishes table. So you now have this. So if you come back to this, then we should just like bring in the sub parish table. The problem is now we don't have the church name. Now this should not be a problem because I don't want to go ahead and get this. but we can't just get a subdomain. So where we have this whole thing of let's church, like this. Okay, I'm just going to go here, and up here, one thing that we can actually do is we can access okay, I just get it. It's not hard, so I'm just going to go here and I pass in the params, and then params. Okay, they return a promise, and in this promise is where we're going to have a subdomain, which is a string, right? Just like that. And down here we can also just const subdomain is equal to get, is equal to await. So we can just extract it from await params. And you can just also just say if there is no param or there is no subdomain, which will be there. So here where we have the church ID and the church name, so you can say here const church name is equal to subdomain 2. So here just going to go ahead and split this on this, and then I'm just going to again go ahead and join this using the space. So this here will be the church name. So you can see here we have the church name already. Even here just going to have the church name, so you can always just put this capitalize for now. The church ID, I don't think we need the church ID, and then the subdomain, which is the subdomain. Then we have edit church. I don't know if we need this button of edit church. Yeah, but then manage church. This is if you are a super admin, you might just need this, but we don't need this. We are not super admins. Then here just going to take in the church name, like that. So if you just go in the parish table, I would want to know what the church name is in the first place. So we have here manage church name. Okay, then the second place for church name. Okay, I think that is fair enough. So for the sub parishes we should be good. Okay, the only thing is now this side we have the Christian community schema and other hooks we already have. The only thing is just to give it the table also and the page. Okay, so I'm just going to say, so for the other one is that we don't need so when we are fetching the form for the communities, we need to be, I think, inside a sub parish. We're just going to look at that just in a second, but let's just go here. At least we should be able to log in. Let's see the time. Okay. At least we should be able to log in here. I know the session is done. Let's just go ahead and as we should also start the server. Okay, so this should take us to the login page. Okay, so subdomain members page is just like giving us errors for these other ones. So I'm just going to go like to page. Just go ahead and comment all these. Okay. Then the new page, same thing. We're just going to go ahead and fix those. Okay, so if you just go back to this. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and log in. Okay, let's just click on. Okay, so we just need to have those links in the sidebar. Sidebar config here. So we have the members. We're just going to have also the parishes. The parishes. Okay, they're not sub parishes. Sub parishes. So dashboard sub parishes. Okay, so these ones just going, and these are so the admin. So you just come back here, we have the sub parishes. So if you just go to the sub parishes, let's see the sub parishes. Okay, no bad, let's fix it. So we have this back to churches, which is down here. We don't actually just need back to churches, since for us we're in here. We even don't need to put, so I'm just going to go to this page and I will fix some things. So if you just go back to churches, members, parishes page. Okay, so first of all, this is, you don't need this. Okay, 2, since we are at the sub parish, so this is going to be only dashboard. Okay, and then sub parish. So this one of course should just show the slash dashboard, then slash. I'm just going to remove this dashboard sub parish. I don't think I just know the yeah, we also work on the sub-parish dashboard, sub-parishes. Then if you just go back here, okay, so we have, I don't want the super admin. So this super admin thing, remove it, and also remove this. Okay, so that this looks good. Dashboard, so we have this. I don't know if that is. Then we have the sub parishes within the Kamuri parish, of course. In the Kamuri parish, I don't know if that is something we need, but it's okay. I'm just going to use it there. Sub parishes. Let's go ahead and see some of those buttons that are there. These are inside the table. Okay, so the first one that you need to look at is the add new sub parish. So if I just go back here and just say Control F, add new sub parish. So if you just look at this, this is going to be slash dashboard sub parish, so dashboard, okay, sub parishes, then I think new, that's it, new, like that, add new. Now since this is a button, I have a modified button, so just simply cut these and put them inside here like so. Okay, so now this should be fixed. The add new sub parish, this one should be fixed now. What are you talking about? Then we have also add, let's just see here, add new. So we have also this one. I'm just going to come here, cut this. The same thing here is going to be dashboard, then sub parishes, and then new. I'm just going to remove these, and then I'm just going to say cut this and add it here. And just this. I don't know why we are getting this button. I hope the button is being it was not created here. So button, okay. Okay, let's go back here. Okay, so this is now fixed. Even this one is supposed to be fixed. No sub parishes found for this church. Just gonna say no sub parishes found. Okay, just like that. Then there is create first, create your first sub parish. So if the this we have the same problem, just cut this, add it on this, and then this here. So same thing, we go to the dashboard, sub parishes, new, and I'm just going to go ahead and remove this. Okay, nice. So you can see now we have a new, if you have this, we have create first sub parish. Now I'm just going to click on this. So it should just go to the dashboard, sub parishes new. Okay, so this here, let's go to we're just going to go to what, come on, middleware, and I'm just going to add this here. Okay, dashboard sub parishes new. Okay, so if you just go back here, let's refresh. Okay, so create subparish, add new subparish to the selected church. Back to churches, this is going to be like back to subparishes. So on this page, let's go there. This is the subparish form. Okay, subparish form. So we want to start with looking for back to. So let's go here and we just change for back. How comes we don't have back? Okay, maybe on this page actually. Okay, back to churches. So this would be back to parishes. Okay, it's going to be per sub parishes, and this is going to be the dashboard, and this is going to be back to sub parishes. Okay, nice. And then if no church ID, this link for the admin, I don't think we need it. This link, then we have back to church. Just going to add this href, back to sub parishes. Then the church ID here, I don't think we need this church ID. Okay, nice. Back to sub parishes. You can just use this button, or of course you can just click on this and then sub parish name. Okay, so for example, in the sub parish of Kamori, we have the Naria sub parish and the Kamori sub parish. So you could just come here and say now Kamuri sub parish. So here you can just say Kamuri. I don't know if you're supposed to type in the word sub parish. Okay, you can just say Kamuri sub parish. Just like this, and let's go ahead and create. Okay, so sub parish created, and we go back here, we have it. Okay, nice. So the sub parishes, they are working super nice. Now we need to go and see for creation of the Christian communities. I'm just going to go and say that So for the sub parish, we just also create a detailed page where you can look at, or like if you just clicked on manage or view, it should just take you and go inside and look at all the sub parishes you have, the Christian communities that you have. Okay. There is where we have the word sub parishes. Add some space. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to now focus on the communities. We might not create a member, but we're just going to create the communities, because for it, at least the community form is already working. So if we want to use the sub parishes data, actually we can. Oh, okay. We might just want to get here we still need a church ID. So in this community form, which comes in the page, just going to be forced to get here a user. So I'm just going to say here const user is wait get server user, like this. Okay, and I might just not do any much. I'm just going to come here and say church ID is going to equal to user dot church ID, and I'm just going to say by default is that, and then in here just going to actually accept the church ID, and okay, church ID which is going to be a string, just like that. And using this church ID, we should be able to load the these. Okay, nice. Going back to the page. Okay. So what is only remaining is creating the list of the communities with its table. So I'm just going to go ahead and go to the sub parishes. I will copy these two components, this and this. Maybe we just let me just click on one. I'm just going to just say this. Then just going to add them in this. I'm just going to say I want you to create the Christian communities table and page. Okay, just modify the ones that I have attached. So just going to modify these ones and create as for the table and the page. So just go ahead and wait. So let me just get these. So we have the Christian table component and the page. I'm just going to start with the page. Okay, so we are in here in the page. I'm just going to remove this. So if you see it, it is actually just wanting this Christian communities table, which I'm just actually going to create inside here. Just going to create this .tsx, and let me grab the table itself, which is this one. And just going to go ahead and paste this table. Let's go ahead and actually import this here. So in the page, you can just go ahead and get this. Now going back in here, let's see what we need. So first, we need where we are going to get these communities data and the delete. We don't have the delete yet, but I'm just going to get the one for communities data. So this delete mutation, I just going to pause it, and handle delete itself, we can also just go ahead and pause it, or we can just go ahead and do this. Scrolling, moving downwards here, disable Christian mutation is pending and all that. So we could just go ahead and comment this whole thing. So going back here is the communities. So I'm just going to say use communities, communities data. Now you can see it is actually passing in the sub-parish ID, but we are actually not displaying per sub-parish. We're just going to put all Christian communities that we have in the whole entire parish. We also just create the one for the sub-parish. And then, yeah, I think that's it. Let's see what we're entering here: sub-parish ID and sub-parish name, which are all not required except the parish ID. So it means if you just go back in here, we have the parish ID. So it's trying to get these ones from the params. So we actually don't need any of these ones, whether it is a user or what. We don't need this. The sub-parish ID is not required at this point. So if there is no sub-parish, the sub-parish is not required. So let's go here, dashboard, sub-parishes, communities, back to parishes. I don't know, just say I might just first go ahead and comment this button. So the parish name that we are in, I'm just going to remove this. I'm just going to simply concentrate on that. So here I'm just going to remove all these two right now. They can be there actually, but they are not required. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove them. If you just go inside here, I'm just going to go ahead and make them, all of them, not required. Okay, nice. I just want to go back to the table. I just want to see if I just go to the new. So here, dashboard, communities, new. Okay, that's it. And dashboard communities new. And this href, I need to add it in various places, like here also. Let's continue, more places, even here. Okay, I think that those are the ones. So if you just go to communities here in the dashboard, we don't have the communities yet. I'm just going to go to the sidebar. .tsx. Here in the config, just add the Christian communities. The Christian communities, the small Christian communities. Let's add this dashboard communities. Just going to leave the building also there. Okay, so now we have Christian communities, small Christian communities, SCC, small Christian communities. So if we just go back to this page, we should not be having any. So just going to remove this. It's going to be dashboard. So if you just go to that page, okay, so on this page, I'm just going to remove this here. So it should be dashboard, then Christian communities, and let's work on the still on our new in the table where we have this. So this link is supposedly to be added here. Okay, and next, this also, this href here. Okay, and finally this href here. Okay, nice. So if we just go back here, we have create first Christian community. So you can just go ahead and create this. Of course, we just need also add this in the middleware. Okay. Okay, just go ahead and then refresh. Okay, so it says failed to load this page. I'm not sure why. Let's try to go to that page, which is communities new. So I don't think we have supposed to have any problem. Use memo parish name and value. Why are we having this? Okay, let me just try to inspect. This side, the inspect is different. Where do I get the console? Okay, it is here. Cannot destructure properties. There is why we have formulable. It was handled by error boundary. So should we say that we don't have the sub-parishes? Let me just go down here. I will first go ahead and say this sub-parish. Let's first go ahead and put that off. I'll refresh. Okay, so at this point, since we are here, let's consider log these parish options. So we have an array actually here of Kamorisa Parish. So it is an array. Why are we having that problem? So if I just go back to this, to Anna comment, we have sub parish ID. Sub parish ID. Then we have here everything on change. Everything looks good. I'm not sure why. For some reason we have an error. Cannot destructure property get field state. Why are we having the error at this time? Okay, cannot destructure property get field state. Field.value, field.onChange. I'm just going to look at this sub-parish form. It has okay, the sub-parish form doesn't have the drop down. Actually, the one that has a drop down is the one for the system here. So we have the name, form label, and all these. Okay, let me just try to get this here. Get it, and let's take it to the community form. I will also paste the other one down here. Okay, so on the command select, we have all these nice things. We render, we have the key sub parish ID, we have this, and then on the select we have the option value on value change, field.onChange. And then we have this. Let me just first take off this other extra things that we have. So you have search placeholder loading and disabled. All this looks normal. We cannot for sure right now figure out what would be the problem. Okay, I cannot figure out what is the problem. Let's go to Christian communities, create, and we have our error. the above error occurred in the form label component. Form label component. I'm just going to go ahead. Why are we having some? Okay, this. I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. Okay. There is why we have this. I'm just going to maybe say that. I think I have this form, okay, and also have this error. So I'm just going to say I have this error, and also I have this error. Let's see if it can just like find some. They're saying that here we expected to wrap the whole thing in the form. Okay, so I'm just going to assume that it has not changed anything. Just paste this. Let's go back and refresh, and nice. Okay, so we have it. So you create the Christian community and then you select this parish. I think should the sub parish be on top? I'm not sure whether the name should be come first or the thing. So I'm just going to add this to be. So the problem was that we are not wrapping it inside this form. Okay. Okay, so now we have select and we have one sub parish, as you can see here, Kamuri sub parish, and then you can just give the name. So I'm just going to create the Saint Mugaga small Christian community, small Christian community, like this. The word Christian, okay, Saint Mugaga, create. Okay, so this should be routed to. I did not check the routing. Okay, so the routing is so poor. After this, let's go ahead into the form. So this is supposed to be routed to dashboard communities. Okay. Finally, just leave it like this. I'm just going to go to the communities, and we have one community, Saint Mugaga Christian community. Here they're saying unknown sub parish. So we just like I think when you're fetching this, we'll get it with its parish. Okay, which is actually just makes sense here to get it with its sub parish. Okay, so we have done a lot of things, I believe so, but right now allow me to end this episode. Okay, just want to end this episode, and we'll meet in the next episode, and in the next episode we should be able to almost get to closing this application, at least, because we are meeting with members and managing the sacraments. But right now I really like how this is coming out. I really love it. Yep. Yeah, so thank you so much for watching this. I will see you in the next one.